Exciting, thrilling, awesome. Let's take a look.
What's up, Met fans? Welcome back to Talking Mets and Rob. How is everybody doing on this? If you're on the southern part of the East Coast, hopefully everybody is safe. Everybody is bearing down the hatchets and staying safe in that Category 4 in Florida right now. And, of course, everybody who is in Georgia, and I know predictions are the hurricane is moving far more east. But you are going to get a lot of rain, it looks like. So just make sure everybody's safe, safe, and your family's safe. And that's the most important thing, right? We all love the game of baseball, but we all know it is just a game. So make sure everybody is safe. Everybody bears down on the hatchets and take care of themselves and do what you have to do to protect yourself and your family. So with that said, thank you guys for tuning in to Talking Mets at Rob. Mets pregame live right here. Mets versus Marlins. A piss poor game by the New York Mets yesterday. There's no doubt about it. I was at that game yesterday, and I'm not even going to kill the offense because how many times this year, especially with Walker and especially with Carrasco, when you needed a game from them where you needed them to go a little deep in that game, give this team a chance, and they just basically, in the first inning, basically everything has just completely like blown up in their faces, and now the Mets are trailing from behind, and it's just not what I was expecting, but it is what it is, right? Unfortunately, when Pete Alonso hit that home run, I thought, okay, comebacks in full effect now. But once again, it just was a tumble effect. It just kept on happening. The Marlins kept on adding on, and then it was basically over. And I do want to talk about that balk situation. The first one was a balk. What was the other two? I have no idea. I don't know what else the pitcher was supposed to do. We were talking about this. I was in section 515, which is a little slightly left of home plate in the upper deck. We were all talking about it. Like, I don't understand. It was a clear situation where the umpire was clearly targeting that pitcher, Blyer. And the first time he balked, he did not actually come to a set. The other two times, it was very slight. Like, you could have went 50-50 on it. Clearly, the umpire was looking for something. Like, when you look into it and you look what the umpires look for when they go into a series, umpires talk about what pitchers do to set up and to come to a set. They know all this. And they know where the pitchers are. And they know where the pitchers set. They're usually pretty good with knowing where the pitchers come to a set at, so they have an idea when the pitcher comes in. But it was clearly that umpire was clearly targeting Blyer for whatever reason. I don't know. I don't know if that was an experienced umpire or a rookie umpire. I don't know. Because if you look at the minor leagues, umpires, and some of them do come up to the majors, there's a lot of balks called in the minors. And I think that comes to the fact of the matter that Major League Baseball, and especially with all the rule changes that they might be bringing up in the majors soon, are using in the minor leagues. They're telling these umpires to look for all this stuff. So don't be surprised in the years to come that more pitchers are going to get called for balks. The whole quick pitch scenario, which Blyer was definitely trying to do in that first balk. He was trying the quick pitch. Alonso. It was obvious he was trying to quick pitch. He didn't come to a set, balk. The other two, I have no idea. I don't know what the hell it was. But you know what? I honestly thought when all them balks were coming, I honestly thought it was going to screw up the pitcher. But good job by Blyer to focus back in because he didn't know what to do anymore. If you noticed, after 3 balks, he stood there for a little longer and made sure the umpire see him come to a set. And that's not how he pitches. And he's usually quick to the plate. So he didn't know what to do anymore, but kudos to him and good job by him to focus back on the batter and getting Pete Alonso out and getting out of that inning because that could have been a disaster. So it wasn't. And, of course, the Mets went bleakly in the 9th inning to lose 6-4. That happened around the same time the Braves were just about to win the ball game. The Nationals went out to a 2-0 lead. I wasn't very confident the Nationals were going to hold that lead. I don't think anybody was. I go into every game the Mets play and look at it as the Braves are going to win because They've been doing that since June, so why should I think otherwise? But let's not, sweep anything under the rug, right? The Mets and the Braves 2 times this year had opportunities to take advantage of the other team's misfortune, and they both didn't do it. When the Cubs swept the Mets, the Braves were on the West Coast. They didn't get the job done. They lost 2 out of the 3 of the Giants. They could have picked up 2 games easily if it would have been flipped around to the Braves won 2 out of 3. When the Braves went on a 3-game losing streak, the Mets lost 2 of 3. It's been like that the entire September. That's why nobody either got more. The month of September, the Mets have not been up more than 2 games or 2.5 this entire month. And the Braves obviously got a half game over earlier in September, and that was basically the whole situation in September. So no team has taken advantage of it. And like I said in the last couple of streams, I think both teams have been scoreboard watching way too much and not focusing on the actual task at hand, which is actually winning the ball game. Because they had multiple opportunities when the Mets and the Braves both went on 3-game losing streaks, and both of them didn't take advantage of it because either both teams lost 2 of 3, because that's the way it was. Like everybody would gain a game here, and it was a week. Like everybody would flip-flop a half a game or a game within a week. Well, Delmar, I wouldn't say they got more on their side right now. I mean, you don't have the pitching matchups in Atlanta, but let's talk about that a little bit. This is the same situation that I was talking about in my prior streams. I know the hurricane looks like it's moving more east, but 2 days ago, the hurricane wasn't supposed to hit, was supposed to miss Tampa and was supposed to swirl more east. And Tampa wasn't supposed to get hit much at all except for a lot of rain. Well, they're in the middle of it. So in 2 days, it can drastically change to, Atlanta's only going to get mostly rain, which last time I checked, you don't play baseball in mostly rain. Once again, if you follow Twitter and you look at all the information that has been going around, the Mets offered Major League Baseball to play today's game at 4 p.m. to play tomorrow at least one of the games in the series. The Atlanta Braves declined. Why would they decline? I'll tell you right now. Because if they decline and they play as scheduled and they're going to try, this is what Major League Baseball said, they're going to try, in quotes, play Friday's game, at least Friday's game, and try for a doubleheader on Sunday. Here's the problem with that, and I've been saying this. The Mets clearly have the pitching matchups for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Whichever you want to say about, DeGrom hasn't looked the same, whatever. If you want to look at stats this year, look at ERAs this year, look at, you got Charlie Morton, right? You got Fried, which I think, Bassett pitching the first game. So you can say Fried is obviously probably stuff-wise is a lot better than Bassett, but Bassett has been amazing this year. So why should I actually think that Bassett could not outpitch Fried? Because he's shown he can. He went up against enough aces this year to look at that. But look at the pitching matchups. And why do you think? Now, I think we all can agree the Braves bullpen is better than the Mets bullpen, right? I think that's pretty fair. So from the Braves point of view, why would they want to move any game around at all to quote unquote help out the Mets, right? Why would they not want to do that? Well, here we go. Now, Friday, there's about a 50 to 55% chance of rain, not including between 15 to 25 miles an hour winds, which all of that is just a recipe for disaster. If they don't get Friday's game in, Major League Baseball has spit the bit on this whole situation. And I can assure you, as bad as it might be in Atlanta, there's going to be a lot of, I know they got sellout crowds, but I can assure you, if there's a lot of rain, there's already bad traffic in Atlanta as it is on a regular day. With a possible bad storm and people freaking out and buying groceries like crazy and getting gas and all that stuff, you really think there's going to be packed crowds if it's bad rain and the winds are bad? Not a lot of fans are going to go. I don't care if you're in Atlanta, if you're in New York, if you're in Florida, it doesn't matter. They're not showing up. and most of them won't. And can you blame them? I mean, they're trying to protect their house, they're trying to protect their families. But here it goes. If Friday's game, they're expecting to move up the game earlier instead of in the night because it's supposed to get worse at night, but they're still from 9 o'clock in the morning on Friday to all the way until 4:30 in the afternoon. There's about a 50% chance of rain. So we're going to be, if they put the game at 2 o'clock, so we're going to be sitting around for 3, 4, 5 hours, and I guarantee you the Braves want to start that game. So when first pitch happens, now the Braves have a better situation in their bullpens than the Mets by trusting more guys in the bullpen than the Mets do. So if Chris Bassett throws 2 innings and then the rain comes and now there's like an hour and a half to 2 hour delay, well, are you really going to throw Chris Bassett out there? I don't think the Mets are going to do that. And the Braves are not going to risk an injury to Freeze, so they probably won't throw him out there either. The Braves trust their bullpen more than the Mets. So what is a scenario that the Braves can look at? Well, if there's a doubleheader on Sunday, which is pretty likely it's going to happen, and there's about a 30% chance of rain with a lot of wind, possibility there could be some delays within those doubleheaders. Well, if there's first pitch is thrown and you miss a couple of innings and you go through a couple of innings and the rain comes, Buck's not going to throw DeGrom back out there after an hour and a half rain delay. He's not going to. Maybe Scherzer might go back out there. Well, look at the situation in hand now. Now the Braves clearly have the upper hand when it comes to the bullpens. If you have to pitch 5 or 6 innings of bullpens because the rain decided to, mess up the starts of games and when they're scheduled. And yeah, but James, that doesn't matter. Who cares if they're the best double team header in baseball? That means absolutely nothing when you're supposed to have your best 3 pitchers on the mound or best 2 in a doubleheader, and they can only pitch 2 innings because there was a 2-hour rain delay, and now the Mets have to use their bullpen. Who would you trust? Jacob deGrom, or would you trust Trevor Williams and God knows who else in that bullpen pitching 5 or 6 innings and expect the Mets to win a ball game? So that's the whole reason why. Remember, the Braves already declined to play tomorrow, which I still don't understand because that makes the most sense to at least get 1 game in. At least if you play 1 game on Thursday, you can try to get in the game on Friday. And then if worst case scenario, it's too bad on Friday, then you play the doubleheader on Sunday. So, I don't know. Look, Major League Baseball has complete control over the situation. It does not matter if the Braves are pissed off at the scenario or the Mets are pissed off at the scenario. The Major League Baseball, who likes to change all these stupid rules on a dime, right? Last year with Spider Tech in the middle of a season, which, is cheating, yes, but there was enough pitchers using it where some Glasnow said it affected him and probably hurt his arm. At the end of the day, Major League Baseball is taking a huge risk. And you know what? I freaking hope it rains so hard Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to screw Major League Baseball because they were too scared to put this game in this series in neutral sites or change the times. And they have 100% control over the situation. The Braves don't, and the Mets don't. They can ask about their opinion, but Major League Baseball has control of the situation to reschedule games, change the times, and move to a new location. They have all 3 of those options. And they continue to, give bullshit excuses and bullshit options that is going to affect whoever. I'm telling you right now, if somehow the rain kicks up in Atlanta and they can't play 2 or 3 games, they can't play 2 out of 3 games. I'm going to tell you right now, if there's a game that has to be played on October 6th, and it has to be played because to determine who wins the division, whoever loses that game has to play a wild card game, has to play the next day, it's going to screw either one of those teams. And you know what? Both fan bases will have the right to complain of the situation because Major League Baseball and Rob Manfred, like he's always done as commissioner, he went into the corner, he hid, didn't want to make a real decision and grow some balls when he made sure he waved his big balls around during the lockout and saying, oh, we had the lockout because the players weren't agreeing on anything. So not only did Major League Baseball screw up the lockout, which in this whole nutshell went to the whole lockout that you lost 6 games in the beginning of the year, that you had to push back the playoffs and play the 3 extra games out of the 6 at the end of the year because Major League Baseball couldn't actually come to any agreements with the players, so they had to lock them out. So 1, they screwed themselves during the lockout. 2, they're going into a nightmare scenario when the Mets and the Braves might have to play on October 6th. 1 game. And on top of that, play the wild card game the next day. And 3 games in a row because the wild card series is 3 games in a row. So not only if you get a disadvantage to either team that wins the wild card, that makes the wild card, but both fan bases are going to be pissed. One of them will be if that scenario comes up. So that's the biggest problem. And I do love the fact that I do hope, and listen, I want to play the games as scheduled. If it was a normal day, if it wasn't much rain in the forecast, and let me ask you something. If you're going to look at a forecast now and say, oh, it's moving far east. Well, 2 days ago, it was supposed to be moving far east too, and the lower half of Florida was supposed to get hit really badly, not where it is now. So it drastically changed within 48 hours. The same thing can happen with Georgia. And if you get 20 miles an hour winds with light rain, it's going to feel like a monsoon, right? And you can't play in those conditions. And that's why I just don't understand where Major League Baseball can step in, tell the Mets, fuck you, tell the Braves, fuck you, move the time, move the day of play on Thursday, try to get in a game on Friday, and keep the possibility open for a doubleheader on Sunday if Friday doesn't work out. But Major League Baseball, when they have to make a real decision, they don't. And that doesn't move the games out of Atlanta. It just moves some times around and moves the day around. It could have easily been done where Thursday, it looks decent in Atlanta. They could have played at least 1 game. Friday, they're going to try it out anyway. So why not be game number 2 on Friday? And then Sunday, you have the option where it looks a little bit better weather-wise, where you can definitely play 1 game and possibly play 2. So unfortunately, Major League Baseball, when they got to make the real hard decision, Manfred goes into the corner and hides. And that's the bigger problem. And this scenario, this option that I just gave you, has nothing to do with moving the games out of Atlanta because these games should not be moved out of Atlanta. I think the worst case scenario, if they had to play at a neutral site because the weather was going to be so bad. But even if it's 50% chance of all types of scenarios with the weather, they should have moved the times around, keep the games in Atlanta because it should be in Atlanta. All right. It's not fair to the Braves. It's not fair to the Braves fans who pay their hard-earned money and gonna sell out the crowds for 3 games and not have the games in Atlanta. They could have moved times around and moved the days around where they could have probably got all 3 games or the possibility of 3 games in. Because even with all these stupid changes they're thinking of, 1 game might be played in this series. That's a problem. And let's just hope. Well, yeah, Delmar, it might not be that bad in Atlanta. But again, it wasn't supposed to be north of, Venice. Wasn't supposed to get hit in the center of this hurricane. And guess what? Cape Coral, Lake Worth, Tampa are all getting hit with the eye of the hurricane. And 48 hours ago, that wasn't supposed to happen. So in 48 hours, it changed a little bit more west than everybody predicted east. So if they're predicting east and all of a sudden it stays on the course and it stays where it's at and it slowly moves east, you're going to get hit hard enough where it could affect the games in Atlanta. So, well, Christian, I understand that. But at the end of the day, I'm looking at scenarios to keep the games in Atlanta because it is wrong to move the games in Atlanta unless there was absolutely no other choice. If there was, if there was a Category 4 hurricane in Georgia, you just can't play those games. Then okay, I get that. I understand, jail. I know my geographical situation. I know that it's in the Northwest, but that doesn't mean you're not going to get the ramifications. Wind and even light rain is a problem in baseball. We're not playing football here. That's what I don't understand. You think these teams, right when the playoffs are about to start, a week before the playoff starts, is going to risk going out in these terrible conditions, even if it is light rain with 20 miles an hour winds, and risk anybody getting injured? Do you want Ronald Acuna in right field, slipping in right field and busting his knee up? No. And that goes for any player. Well, JL, that's the point. If it rains, even with a normal day, if it rains, you're not playing baseball. So that's the problem. And again, Major League Baseball, when they want to change the rules to benefit themselves and make it act like they're doing something for the better of the game, they're not. All they're doing is making a nightmare scenario very, very possible. And I'm telling you right now, if we get one game in, we're lucky. And that's going to be a major problem for Major League Baseball. And if I'm the Mets and I'm the Braves, I'll be absolutely pissed because if they got to play a game on October 6th, a day before wildcard game 1 starts, whoever plays that wildcard game, fans should be pissed and the organization should be pissed because it's not fair for either team who, at the end of the day, will have a better record than anybody they face in the wildcard round, get screwed that badly where they can possibly screw up a rotation spot and, God forbid, anybody gets injured and completely change the roster because of a bad injury, because Major League Baseball doesn't have the balls to change the times in the day of these games and X the Braves and the Mets. Would you want to play on Thursday? You don't ask in this situation. You are in control of the game. You say, Mets, I'm sorry. Braves, I'm sorry. You're playing on Thursday. Figure it out. Because that gives them 3 days to play 2 more games. Thursday's fine in Atlanta. You'll get that game in. But if you get 2 games, if you can, you have 3 days to figure out 2 games. That's more of an option and better scenario to get these games in than trying to play them in the 3 days they're scheduled. It just doesn't make sense. So with that said, guys, the Mets and the Marlins are playing at 7:10. So make sure you hit on that like button. And also make sure that if you're a new subscriber to the channel, please say what's up. Do not be shy. Let me know where you're from. And once again, everybody in the Southeast, from Florida, Georgia, and parts of South Carolina that might get hit with some of this as well, make sure you're safe. Make sure you take care of yourself and your family. And I know power is out with a lot of people in Florida right now. So everybody just be careful. If you do got power, hopefully you continue to get it and make sure you're going to be okay, because the games are important, but it's not important than your life and your family's life. So with that said, let's go Mets. Here we go. You know the drill, guys. Game day is going to come up when the game starts. The TV call of SNY, it's Gary, and I don't know if it's Jerry Blevins or Ronnie Darling. We shall see. But definitely SNY call tonight, and we will get the game in just like we planned. So let's go through the pitching matchup and the lineup for tonight. Gonna change over to game day. Just give me 1 second, guys. Let me just get all this crap out of the way and make it look a little bit better. Alrighty, there we go. Alrighty, guys. So with that said, let's go over the lineups for the Mets and the Marlins. So obviously, Taijuan Walker is pitching for the Mets tonight. And of course, Jesus Luzardo, the lefty, is pitching for Miami tonight. We know the history with the Mets with lefties, but lately they have been hitting them a lot better, so we shall see. So let's look at the Mets lineup against Luzardo. Batting leadoff, playing center field, Brandon Nimmo. Pete Alonso batting second, playing first base. Francisco Lindor, shortstop, playing third. Mark Canha cleaning up, playing left field. Jeff McNeil, right field, batting fifth. Eduardo Escobar, third base, batting sixth. Mark Vientos getting a start against a lefty, batting seventh, DHing. You have Luis Guillorme, second base, batting 8th, and thank God, Tomas Nido catching batting 9th. I do not want to see James McCann for one more damn second. James McCann should get one start every 7 days, and that is when Chris Bassett pitches. Other than that, Nido should be in the starting lineup. And if I see James McCann play in a playoff game when Bassett is not pitching, I will not be happy. So with that said, that is your lineup against Jesus Luzardo. And let's look at the Marlins lineup rather quickly. Sorry about that. Went crazy. Birdie, shortstop, leading off. LeBlanc, second base, batting second. Anderson, right field, batting third. Fortes, DH, and cleaning up. Dela Cruz, center field, batting fifth. Blade, left field, batting sixth. Stallings, catching, batting seventh. Groshans, third base, batting 8th, and Diaz, first base, batting 9th. That is your lineup against Taijuan Walker for the Miami Marlins. And we got about 10 minutes, a little over 10 minutes until game time. So you guys know what to do. Hit on that like button and make sure you hang out, chill with us. I don't care if you're a Braves fan, Mets fans, Marlins fan. It doesn't really matter. Just you guys know this channel is open for everybody, every baseball fan. Just make sure you keep it respectful. You can root for your team. You can talk crap. That's what sports is all about. But just make sure you keep it respectful. And obviously, Met fans, if we told you in the beginning of the year, the Mets would be 97-58, tied for the NL East with 7 games to go with the Atlanta Braves, every Mets fans would have taken it. Not saying what the outcome would be or what the situation would be in the month of September for both teams, the Braves and the Mets. So with that said, let's just have fun. Let's watch some baseball. Let's chat. Let's wait until the game starts. Bravos, what's up? Ken, keep it PG in that sense. All right? Because there's one thing I do not tolerate on this channel, and is that racist, sexist, and just being a total asshole and not talking about baseball. All right? So if you keep it between the white lines, we'll be okay. Well, Edgardo, Nido has played more games than James McCann this year, and he's performed. That's why I just don't understand. Like, if you can get rid of Robinson Cano's $24 million salary, and you're going to continue to play McCann for his $10 million salary, well, guess what? That's just stupid, because James McCann was finally getting over the 200, the Mendoza line, and now he's back to hitting 180 something. You can't have that in the lineup. And his defense cost us a run yesterday. We all, when McCann was signed, we all thought, all right, no problem. I never thought the offense was going to show up, and I was actually right on that. Some people were killing me thinking McCann was going to hit, and I just thought he wasn't. He had one good year during the pandemic year and was mostly a glorified backup his entire career. He got that one time to shine in the pandemic year because Grandal got COVID and was also injured, so he had the opportunity to start. And we know how stats look in the pandemic year. Where is Dominic Smith, who had one of the best years in Major League Baseball offensively, and he's in the minor leagues right now. So we were told that James McCann was a great defensive catcher. Not a good defensive catcher, great. You can't have a ball like that on an 0-2 count go between your legs when you know a breaking ball is coming. You have to anticipate the ball going to be down. What was he doing? It was a delayed reaction, and it cost us a run. Not saying the Mets would have won if that run didn't score, but the Marlins didn't score in that inning after that wild punch. So that's the problem. So that is the most. I just do not want to see James McCann unless Chris Bassett is pitching. Why I say that? Because Chris Bassett has a ERA pitch. He has an ERA less of one less ERA, full run less when James McCann pitches than Tomas Nido. So if you need to catch James McCann, only catch him when Bassett is pitching. Other than that, I don't want to see McCann. I want to see Nido every single time. So SNY is going into their pre/game ready SNY situation. You guys know the drill. you do get the TV call here every single time we're here on the channel. And we're on the road to 4K subs. And you guys know I couldn't do it without you. And everybody who has been coming back day after day after day, month after month, and the entire time I've been on this channel, there's people who's been with me since day one. And I do appreciate that. It's been a lot of fun. And you know what? Within a year of starting this channel, we get Mets postseason baseball, and that is going to be fun. Wild card or division series, it's still going to be fun because baseball has shown you over the last 5 to 6 years, if you make it, you have a chance to win. It's not like it used to be 15 years ago when the best teams usually win, right? It got a lot like hockey lately in Major League Baseball, where if you make it, you have an opportunity to win. So we shall see. They're showing the bases, how they clean them, which is kind of cool, actually. So we're just waiting for they're showing the standings right now on SNY. Obviously, 97 and 58 records for the Mets and the Braves. In the last 10 games, you can look at that. Both teams are 7 and 3. So as much as everybody thinks the Mets are just falling apart or losing and losing and losing, they have the same record in the last 10 games than the Atlanta Braves. So as much, like I said, September has been a month where both teams had opportunities multiple times to take advantage of the situation of both teams losing a couple of games in a row, and both teams did not. That's why the lead has not been bigger than a 2.5 game lead at all this month. At one point, the Braves got a half a game lead for 24 hours, and the Mets took it right back. There was a couple of times they were tied, but no more than a 2.5 game lead. But right now, we're tied with 7 games to go for both teams. One more game left to go for the Braves. One more game left to go for the Mets until we face off in the 3-game series in Atlanta, and we'll see what happens with the weather. Let's all hope. We all hope that the weather cooperates and we get the 3 games in with no problem. And listen, it will be fun no matter which way it goes. Obviously, there's going to be one fan base that's going to be upset. But once again, the Mets are still in the driver's seat because mathematically and technically, the Mets technically have a 1-game lead because at the moment, as of today, they still have the tiebreaker against the Atlanta Braves. And the Atlanta Braves and the New York Mets, if the Mets win one of those games, and even if they go in a game behind, if the Braves win 2 out of 3, the Mets win the tiebreaker, and that 1-game lead that the Braves have is technically a tie series, tied mathematically. And it will come down to the Nationals series and the Marlins series that the Mets and the Braves respectively play. So we will see what happens. Again, the Mets did lose the last series 3 out of 4, the last time they faced Atlanta. The Mets in that series, they lost Taijuan Walker and Carlos Carrasco in the 2nd inning of that game. But again, game 1 was a blowout. In game 2, the Mets still, with all that situation they had with Walker coming out in the 2nd inning, still had a chance of winning that ball game. It was a rather close game until late in the game when the Braves won that 5-0 lead game. But with that said, both teams shown that they can bring it up at the right moment, right? We all know about the record of the Braves with teams over 500. It's 10 games under 500. The Mets have been better, which is around 10 and 11 games. That's basically the difference in the NL East, and why the Mets had it the entire year is because of that factor and the Phillies factor as well. Bravos, the weather is looking better, but let's remember 48 hours ago, the hurricane wasn't supposed to get north of Venice, Florida, and it was supposed to be going to be mostly bad storms from north of Venice, the northern part of Florida. And unfortunately, it went a little bit more west than people thought, and the eye of the storm was on the west coast of Florida, where Lake Worth and Venice and Cape Coral and Tampa, St. Petersburg, all those places got direct hits when they projected it wasn't going to get direct hits. So it's still 48 hours away for the first game on Friday. But the problem with that is Saturday looks like a washout. So if Friday doesn't cooperate, this series is going to be very much in jeopardy, and now both teams are going to get stuck playing on October 6th, which no team wants. So we shall see. So we got about 5 minutes until game time. You guys know the drill. Don't forget to hit on that like button. We're going to see if we can get over 100 likes throughout the stream. The goal is always to get to 150 if that's possible, if more people get into the stream. But, of course, the road to 4K is getting closer and closer, guys. So let's make it happen. The more you like, the more likes we get, the more it gets at the top of the list on YouTube recommendation for people looking for this type of content. And also, don't forget, guys, there is a share button where you can share this stream and this channel on your social media pages. So if you have a second, click on that share button and share it throughout your social media. Let people know that are Mets fans or baseball fans. Come check out the channel and see if they like it, right? We're here throughout the entire season, doing a lot of live stream during games, and also during Mets off days, you get Mets Talk Live. During the off season, you get Mets Hot Stove, and you get giveaways if you become a member as well. And I did a couple of subscriber giveaways as well. Obviously, this coffee cup, there was a winner for people who commented LFGM. I'm going to do something like that for subscribers as well. Ken, yes, I am working on that shirt. Next week, it's going to be one shirt right now with my logo. I'm going to get a black shirt and a blue shirt, and you guys can decide which one you want. I'm trying to work the price range because I am working with a website that is going to directly send it to you when you order it. So you can order it from them, and with that, but I want to make sure the quality is good before I actually start selling it. So I'm waiting for the t-shirt for them to send me so I can actually feel because I don't want you to wash it once and the logo is peeling off. That's not cool. So I'm looking for the price range. I'm not trying to price gouge you guys. I'm not trying to give you City Field prices here. I'm not trying to get you a t-shirt that has a Met logo that's $40, right? If I can keep it to $25, I think that's fair. That's what I'm trying to do. But it does, obviously everything's freaking expensive now. So I'm trying to keep it as high as $25, but I'm reaching for $20, which I think is extremely fair. So I did a poll. There was a lot of people that voted. Majority wants a t-shirt available for purchase. So hopefully I make that happen very, very soon. If you're a person who cares about Aaron Judge in the record, it's cool and everything like that, but I don't care if he gets it. Good for him. But he is going to be number 3 behind McGuire and Bonds in the actual record books, no matter what you want to believe, if Maris is the real record or not. So with that said, don't forget, guys, the games are on the top of the screen. Obviously, we're focused on scoreboard watching with Atlanta and Washington. And, of course, if you're interested with the Yankees in Toronto, it's right there. I will have the score up for the Braves. Just give me 1 second. The Braves already started, so I'm going to give you updates on the Braves score throughout the Mets game, and we'll have it just like that. So I'm going to change it over so you can actually see game day a little bit better. I think this is probably a little bit better for everybody, so you guys can see. I'm going to put the lineups up for the Mets and the Marlins. So whoever missed the lineup earlier can see the pitcher matchup and the lineups below. So there you go, guys. Game day is about to start. SNY is ready to go. We got about a minute until game time. The Mets are coming out into the field. It is it's warmer today than it was last night in City Field. It was a little chilly yesterday, but it's bearable. So let's see. The Mets are wearing their blue with the white pants. I always like the blue jersey, so we shall see. Once again, guys, the Braves and I put Philly. Excuse me. That's my fault. My bad. Nationals. Hello. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. Technical difficulty. Alrighty, there we go. So the Braves and National game is going to be posted there, so you can see the score and be updated, so you can enjoy the Met game. So with that said, gonna turn up the volume. Let me know if you guys can hear it in the comment.
4 earned runs allowed.
All right, there we go, guys.
Same old as last year. 7-2, 2.55 in the first.
Let me know if you guys can hear the radio call.
Tough start against Atlanta. And defensively for the Mets, and look at their versatility in this lineup.
Yeah, James, sorry about that. I had the Phillies and Braves last time I went live.
57, they started at second base. And in the outfield, Jeff McNeil has started 137 games this year, only 8 in right field.
Alrighty, guys, so here we go.
Well,
First pitch to happen. Here we go.
They find themselves in a first-place tie with 7 games to go. They head to Atlanta after the game tonight. Looks like the forecast has improved for the weekend. Let's play Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday night in Atlanta. John Birdie takes the first pitch for a strike, and we're underway.
This is a show-me game for Taijuan Walker because, let's be honest, Walker has the opportunity to be the number 4 starter in the playoffs, other than Carrasco after the Carrasco's performance. Ground ball. All right, 1 out. Always a delay in the TV broadcast.
Well, in his last start against Milwaukee, in fact, he threw 5 scoreless innings before giving up a home run to Willie Adames in the 6th. Then he got in trouble in the 7th. Came out.
Let's hope so, Ken.
3 runs scored after he left, and it turned out to be.
I'd like a Mets blowout win. That'd be nice, so I don't have to worry.
Went through a period of time where he was not throwing as many strikes as he did when he was going through the best part of the season, but in September, 2/3 of his pitches have been strikes. Charles LeBlanc fouls off the first pitch. LeBlanc, the native of Laval, Quebec. Thus, LeBlanc, not LeBlanc. We still haven't figured out if it's Charles. Yeah, Charles. Or Charles. Got him on waivers from Texas, and he fouls off the sinker, and it's 0-2. LeBlanc hit a home run against Walker when he faced him in Miami. One of the few dents against Taijuan against the Marlins this year. 4-0 in 5 starts against Miami with a 2.23 ERA. LeBlanc takes the splitter out of the strike zone, 1 and 2. Ryan Anderson on deck. Marlins, the lowest scoring team in the National League, but they erupted for 6 runs and 11 hits last night. A little soft contact, little fly ball, home run. This, a little bit of that. Swing and a miss.
All right, nice strikeout for Walker.
So Walker with a strikeout for the second out. Well, interesting, these first 2 sliders.
Got the breeze, man. Got the breeze, Ken.
Hit by Taijuan Walker. So he's got the combination of the down and in sinker and the rim slider away. So 2 out and nobody on. Now Brian Anderson. The Braves are playing tonight in Washington again after overcoming the Nats last night, 8-2. Braves didn't score in the top of the first against Josiah.
All right, going to the bottom of the first. The Braves didn't score on the top.
It's Jake Odorizzi going for Atlanta. Fastball right inside from Walker to Anderson, ball 1. Anderson had just his second 3-hit game of the season last night. His first one came in April. His second one came last night when he went 3 for 5 with 2 singles and a double.
Popped up, going foul, out of play.
Disappointing year for Anderson, a career low OPS, splitting his time between third base and right field. It's such a confluence of events for the Marlins in terms of their lack of offensive production this year. Free agents they signed haven't come through. Their veteran players haven't played well. They lost Jazz Chisholm, their best offensive player, halfway through the year, and he's never come back. Their young players have not developed as quickly as you thought they would, and that has cost Don Mattingly maybe a winter off.
Aren't we all?
Season off.
Nice pitch. Looks like his split change is sharp today, which is always good to see.
Garcia and Wendell are hurt right now, and they've all underperformed. So is Stallings, who had a career year for Pittsburgh last year. At least Stallings hitting 294.
Ken, I have no idea. I don't know if you wanted to change it up a little bit. I don't know. Well, JL, you know better with Odorizzi, right? He'll give you a quality start or give you a really bad start. There's really no in between. Come on, Ty. Full count. Let's go.
Bosco last night. He never got his slider working.
Round ball should end the inning. And it does. All right. So the Mets actually didn't give up no runs to the Marlins in the first inning. Good start. Bottom of the first. Mets coming up. Let's go. Here we go. Here it comes. Here it comes. Here it comes. Got to get on the board early, guys. See if the Mets can hit this lefty and Luzardo. Once again, guys, don't forget to hit on that like button. We got 105 in the stream right now. Most important thing to hit that like button and take a second to do so. And if you are in Florida, please be safe. Take care of your family. Hopefully you still have power. If you don't have power, be careful and make sure you get out of this healthy and alive. That's the most important thing, right? We all care about baseball, but obviously being safe in that terrible Category 4 hurricane in Florida is just absolutely terrible. I know you guys deal with hurricanes all the time, but this is one of the bigger ones in Florida for a while. I think it's been, a century? I think they said was one of the worst ones this year. So just make sure everybody will be okay. So once again, guys, the Braves and Nationals game score will be posted right there on the left-hand bottom corner of the stream. So you can look at the score and also check out Game Day and also listen to the SNY broadcast while we watch our Mets try to beat the Marlins and remain, at the very least, tied with the Braves going into a crucial 3-game series against the Atlanta Braves. Yeah, 85. See, that's a long time ago. Leadoff walk for the Nationals. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So Mets lineup is shown on SNY. The game's about to start. So here we go. Let's see if the Mets can get on the board early and often. That's the most important thing. We know what happens when the Mets score early. They usually win. So that's a good start. So here we go. Nimmo on deck, ready to go, waiting for the game to start. See if the Mets can get on the board early with a little different lineup look for the New York Mets in today's game against a lefty on the mound. Here we go.
It was pitched better than that. They've only scored 17 runs in those 8 starts. His last start was a beauty against the Cubs. He went 6 2/3, allowed a run on 3 hits, and struck out 11. One shy of his career high. Brandon Nimmo leads off. Brandon 1 for 4 last night. Brandon is getting close to a milestone. He has scored 98 runs this year. He's up to 4th in the National League now in runs scored. Hasn't been a Mets score 100 since Pete Alonso in 2019. And high fastball for a strike from Luzardo. And as you can see, Jesus Luzardo is a lefty who throws hard.
All right, come on, Brandon, get on. Let's go.
Run against him in Miami. He fouls this one back 1-2. Let's see the defense for the Marlins.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, Alien. That's yeah, because the tiebreaker doesn't go to the Braves. So, but that's a lot of wishful thinking there. I don't think anybody's sweeping anybody in that series. Both teams are too good to let that happen, to be honest. All right, Brandon, let's go. I want to see better at bats by the Mets. Yesterday, they were swinging way too early in the count, basically giving up at bats. They need to work the counts. That's when they're having a good day at the plate and a good lineup at the plate on this day. Ryan, I always expect the Padres to start heating up. Just outside. Woo.
That fastball from behind. You hear the hiss on that ball? He's got a big arm, this kid. So it's a loud fastball. It's hissing in the air. It's moving so fast.
All right, Nimmo got to a full count. Good start by Nimmo. Yeah, he hasn't been the same ever since the first half. He's had his moments, but he has a good at bat right now, and that's what we need. Yeah, that's messed up by MLB with the Phillies. But the Phillies didn't really help us out, so they can lose the last 10 games. I can care less. They can miss the playoffs. I hope they do. All right, Nimmo fouling it off. Good start by Nimmo. 7 pitches in his account, 8's coming up. So it's a good start by Nimmo right there. letting Luzardo throw all his pitches so the Mets lineup can see what he throws.
Luzardo throw. To me, he looks like a real young Johan Santana when he was in Houston. It's interesting that you say that. That's hit
Ground
slowly,
ball. It's not going to be an
and
easy play. Nice play by Luzardo.
He's
1 out.
very quick, and he gets out of
That was really good defense by the pitcher right there, getting off the mound rather quickly.
Santana, his parents, even though he was born in Peru or Venezuela, and he patterned himself after Santana. So he'd be thrilled to hear you say that. It's he's got a big future. I mean, I mentioned he's only going to be 25 years old in a couple of days. That's going to see a lot of him in the next couple of years.
All right, Pete Alonso's batting second today. 270, 40 home runs, 131 RBIs. Possibility to have over 40 home runs, close to 140 RBIs. What a season by Alonso there. You know, when it comes to Aaron Judge and Pete Alonso, who are both big power hitters, you love to see their averages being so good. Like 270 for a power hitter is excellent. And what Judge is doing, who can win the Triple Crown, is even more crazy. Quickly 0-2 on Pete Alonso.
6 home runs. He said 6 home runs, 16 RBIs, but he's on a 3-game home run streak. This Pete Alonso, 10 RBIs in that streak. Leads the major league for RBIs. Your Dave's killer stat.
And Alonso strikes out on 3 pitches. Little ahead of himself. 2 outs.
Well, he really threw this changeup hard. Great job by Stallings to keep it in front. He just couldn't lay off. It was a dastardly pitch.
All right, so first and third for the Nationals were 1 out. They didn't get into that double play.
Last night. Now it's a 12-game hitting streak.
All right, Lindor is up, batting third.
He leads the National League in RBIs. Lindor is third now with 103.
Got 12 pitches for Luzardo in the first.
He scored 96 runs, so he's got a chance for the 100 double.
Oh, the umpire did not call that outside strike. Huh.
Part of this big RBI year has come against the Marlins.
Well, Luke Voigt yesterday almost hit a game-tying home run yesterday at the warning track. So we'll see if he can actually do some damage today. Well, we all know the Marlins always have good pitching. It's their lineup that always seems to not help them out there. Well, that's the Yankees' fault, Ken. It's because the way they place him in the lineup. I mean, he's batted second or first the entire year. You have nobody on for him, and that's just stupid. All right, Frankie, let's go. Lindor gets the first hit of the game for the Mets. 2-out hit. All right, good job. All right, 1-0 Nets. Good job, good job, good job. Good start.
And that follow through, the one hand reminded me Carlos Beltran in the days from the right side. Out in front on that front foot. Just covering everything right now. Lindor now with a 13-game hitting streak. And the Mets have a 2-out base runner for Canada.
All right, Mark Canha is the cleanup hitter tonight. See what he can do with 2 outs here. He's been struggling a little bit, but when he gets hot, he gets hot. Let's see if he can do it. Start it now. All right, so 2 outs with the Nats, up 1-0. Sack fly for Luke Voigt. Mark Canha ground ball should end the inning, and it does. Mets do not score in the bottom of the first. Going to the top of the second, 1 hit for the Mets. So the Nationals are leading 1-0 in the bottom of the first. They did go to a 2-0 lead yesterday, and the Braves scored 8 unanswered runs. So we shall see. Once again, guys, thank you for tuning in and talking Mets with Rob. Miami Marlins versus the New York Mets live stream right here on the channel. Hopefully you're enjoying talking baseball and listening to the game on SNY. And, of course, keeping a close eye on the Braves and National score constantly on the bottom left-hand of the corner on your stream. Hopefully everybody is safe in Florida right now and taking care of business. Ken, I forgot, you're in, where are you, Miami, I think you said? I think it already like kind of passed you by, right? Like the big part of the storm. Well, yeah. I mean, the Braves came back yesterday, 8 unanswered runs. So, look, I expect the Braves to score runs. It's just a matter of can the Nats get to Odorizzi early enough to get a couple of runs on the board and make it a little bit more difficult for the Braves to come back. Yeah, Ken, like I said with Canna, Canna's stats, he's batting 35 points higher than his career average based on his career stats. His home runs are in line where his home runs are. RBIs are a little bit higher. So he's had a better year than he ever had in his career, but he's a guy that is streaky. When he's off, he's off. You're not getting much from him, but when he's hot, you see what he can do. He carried the Mets throughout that Philly series in Philly. Well, Ken, I think you have something to say about Ryan there, about Cali. Another walk for Odorizzi, so it's still not easy for Odorizzi in the first inning. So, all right, sorry guys, the Met game came back rather quickly. 1 out already. Sorry about that. That came rather quickly. All right, so Nationals got first and second with 2 outs. So Walker already got 1 out.
I mean, that ball's traveling right there. Deflection. Surprised he didn't catch it. That's how good he is.
Yeah, that's what's weird, Christian, that like in the Miami area, you're not really getting, like you said, you're getting a little bit of rain and the wind is bad. Like, that's how far west that hurricane has gone. That's why when people are like, oh, it's looking better with Georgia, we don't know what the hurricane's going to do.
Which is the real Brian Cruz we saw come off last year and tear up the league for 2 months. And he couldn't hit at all at the start of this season. He's having a great September.
Ground ball, and that is a ground ball down the line. Could be a double, and he holds it to a single. That is a great play by Mark Canna, keeping De La Cruz to a single. So 1 out, 1 on. Well, there's a lot more other problems with California. I mean, constant fires, constant lack of rain. Your power grid is probably the worst in the country. Just fair. Woo. Yeah, I saw Port St. Lucie is somewhat flooded as well. I saw that. All right, 1 on, 1 out for the Marlins. Kind of looks awkward playing defense, but he gets it done. Tim, I can't agree with you with that.
Just inside the pole, just over the fence in the right field corner for Leday's 5th big league home run.
Nice pitch by Walker.
Plus ricocheted just off one of the pole. Yeah, there you go. Good job, though, by De La Cruz. He says, I see you. I'm going back to first. He might have been able to make second, but it would have been close. Yeah. He runs pretty well. One and one to Bleday. And he takes a letter high changeup, and it's 1-2. You know, Gary, one of the sticks I've seen from Bleday since he's been up is that he has a big uppercut, wants to hit home runs, and this one was the strangest, just straight up in the air. If you tried to do that, you couldn't physically do that. Shortest home run of the year at Citi Field. but it worked for Day, one-time college home run champion. Bounces that splitter into the ground, and it's 1-2. Day, 4th overall pick in 2019, coming out of Vanderbilt.
So the Nationals only get 1 run in the inning, going to the top of the second. And Walker strikes out Blade, the second out of the inning.
Like the base of the foul pole. Yeah. I think it was below even where the orange is.
Alien, I don't know about that with Dodger Stadium. I love Dodger Stadium.
Well, great execution here by
it has that ambience of an old time stadium, but they renovated it enough where it's so pleasing to a fan still. Honestly, when I was there for my first time. Again, the food could be better, but in an older stadium, I don't expect, new stadium type of food choices. The Dodger dog is, kind of just a name. It's just a hot dog and whatever else you want to put on it, which you can do anywhere else. But I liked it. My dad liked it, so it was pretty cool. Popped it up. It should end the inning. Alonso is under it in foul territory. And the inning is over. Marlins do not score. Bottom of the second coming up. And we'll see if the Mets can get on the board. Luzardo looks tough, which Marlins pitching always looks tough. We shall see. So, sushi at a ball game, you should be banned. Sorry. Well, Walker already pitched better than Carrasco in 2 innings, so that's a good start. Again, this is why I want Walker over Carrasco as a number 4 starter, only because when Walker is on, he has ace type stuff. Carrasco, when he's on, is still very hittable, and that's what I worry about with Carrasco. And when Carrasco is a problem because of his first inning, Walker, I feel like I just feel like he has better outings overall, even though the wins Carrasco has more than Walker. But I still like the fact that Walker is more of a strikeout guy, even though he wasn't last year and even earlier this year. Carrasco hasn't been much of a strikeout guy more than Walker lately. And that's why I think Walker, and this is a tryout, as I said, for Carrasco and Walker these 2 games. If Walker pitches well, I have no problem putting him in as the number 4 starter and on this postseason roster. I think Walker deserves it. And I think if he pitches well today, again, regardless if the Mets win or lose, if Walker pitches well, Walker deserves to be on that postseason roster. And Lion, how you doing, buddy? Well, all the reasons he got out of the first inning with just 1 run, so I wouldn't go that crazy, Lion. I know Brave fans aren't the biggest fans of Odorizzi, but you know what? What do you expect from a 4th or 5th starter, right? You expect him to go 5 innings, give up 3 or 4 runs. Not many 4th or 5th starter is going to give you 7 innings of 1-run ball. Occasionally, but most of the time they're going to give you 5 innings, 3 or 4 runs. That's just the way baseball is nowadays. So, giving a little bit of a view of New York. All right, Jeff McNeil's leading off in the bottom of the second, no score.
Nice Polish name, Kosciuszko. Jeff McNeil leads off in the home second and takes it wide for ball 1. Jeff's 8 for his last 18. He's closed a little ground in the National League batting race, only 8 points behind Freddie Freeman with a week to go. Still within range. Jeff's at 319. Freeman's at 327, the only person in front of him.
Well, it's pretty clear that the Mets are going to go with Peterson and McGill out of the bullpen in the postseason. And the problem with both of those guys, they don't like to throw strikes, as you seen yesterday, which is a major problem when you throw guys in the bullpen. And Jeff McNeil, and they're just playing Jeff McNeil the left field shift. They're playing the left field, basically guarding the line, basically. So 1 out for Jeff McNeil.
twitch.tv/CHR to enter. Good luck, right?
I think Williams is going to make the postseason roster. I think you need one of those long mans. But again, it depends on the matchup as well.
Oh, really? Spent 6 weeks in Splitsville.
I think he deserves it. Williams pitched well for us all year.
You ever see the Misfits? I did. Eduardo Escobar, 0 for 4 last night, and struck out 3 times, breaking his hot September. Pops this one behind.
Escobar pops it up. Should be a good easy play. Nice play by Diaz, and fouls are quick 2 outs for the Mets.
If he can ever figure it out, he's going to be a player. Like that glove. Just like that guy. Number 17. By the way, Keith, good luck tomorrow. I know you're having your surgery tomorrow morning. You've probably gone to bed already. You can't eat anything. Oh, it's a problem. You can't eat anything right now. Fast before surgery. Fast. Yeah. Or have anything to drink. Well,
all right, Vientos is up with 2 outs.
Or Vientos.
Atlanta already had it. Not surprising.
Just trying to picture him being wheeled in, hospital gown. Well, when he goes in, the doctor's going to have to sign the right.
Matt Olson with a home run.
Make sure that we're on the correct show.
So tie the game.
It's always an issue. Next on the. Which one is it? The right one or the left one? I don't think we ever determined that. It's the one he didn't hurt the last time. Well, I thought he had the left one done before, and that this one was the right one. Okay. But I don't think we've nailed that down. Keith, could you text us and let us know? Vientos hit a home run in his last start in Oakland on Saturday. His first big league.
Ooh, just inside. Nice eye by Vientos there, 2-2. Well, Ella, when you face a bad team and bad pitching, they're going to leave cookies over the plate. It happens. Great at bat by Vientos. Was down 0-2 and got it to 3-2.
Just thinking about the pitching when they first come up here, they'll probably tell you because they have to be overly confident and say it doesn't seem that much different to me. But it's got to be start. Well, when you're tearing up the International League and you're getting 160 in the big leagues, I think that proof is in the pudding. There aren't too many guys who prove it's the other way around.
Mark.
Would be next.
And Vientos with a nice at bat to walk with a 2-out walk. Good job by him.
First one given up by Luzardo. Yeah, the Mets have a 2-out base runner. And now Guillorme. So it's interesting, right? The lineup in Oakland against the 3 left-handers featured Vientos and Ruff, with McNeil playing second base. But tonight, Ruff on the bench, McNeil at right, and Guillorme getting a start against the left-hander. Lineup construction at this time of year is fascinating because you're always trying to put your best foot forward. It's not about rest. It's not about anything but winning that night's game. It's winning tonight's game, but it's also an audition for maybe later if you do something great against the lefty. Guillorme's only hit .215 versus left-handed pitching this year. That's what makes it interesting. Right? They're both went for defense, but then again, Ruff's not hitting, so you're not negating defense, but it might be a wash offensively. Walker doesn't strike out a lot of hitters. The ball's in play. All those factors. Matt Olson just homered for the Braves to tie the game in Washington. That's 1-1 in the second. By the way, he's hot again all of a sudden. Last couple of days after that long September slog for Olson. Was that 38 home runs now? Josiah Gray's 11. Yeah, 38. 1-2 to Guillorme. Yeah, the breaking ball fouled off. That's going to face the Braves' 3 best over the weekend. Freed, Wright, and Workman will respond with their 3 best. That's it to Guam and Scherzer. 3 best available for the Braves. Right, well, Strider's on the injury list, of course. Mosquito would be next. And, Freed was supposed to pitch last night, but they pushed him back to face the Mets. They used Kyle Muller, who got behind early, but ultimately pitched well enough to steer them to a win. It's fly ball on
Jeremy flies out, should end the inning, and it does. Mets don't score in the bottom of the second. Going to the top of the third, there is no score at Citi Field. Once again, guys, thank you for tuning in to Talking Mets at Rob, Mets Marlins live stream right here on the channel. Hopefully everybody is doing well. Got two teams that are tied for the NL East with 7 to go. Looking like a very interesting last week of the season. Both teams are guaranteed to make the playoffs. Just a matter of who will be the division winner and who will be the wild card number 1 seed in the playoffs. Again, there's no sugarcoating the fact that if you are the wild card team, you're in a worse bracket than you are if you win the division, clearly. Because you obviously got to play an extra round. And after that, as a wild card team, if you win that series, you go on to play the Dodgers, which is obviously not going to be easy in the NLDS. So division seems like, quote unquote, the easier route, which I never like to say because any team in the playoffs can win. And, you know, when you see the teams like the Phillies, the Padres, those type of teams, you just never know with those teams. But we shall see. And it will be very interesting. And I honestly, it would be probably absolutely perfect scenario if both teams win and we end up tied going into the Atlanta series. Be very, very soon. Well, they're not relocating anymore. According to the weather people, it's supposed to be a little bit better weather-wise, so we'll see. Well, Lion, that's been a problem with the Mets this year. It's kind of weird. We're really good against really good teams. When it comes to the bad team, it's kind of shocking in a way. Like, look, if the Mets lose this division, it's because they played down to their competition, and that's a huge problem. I mean, it might help in the playoffs, but again, the Braves shouldn't even be tied with the Mets the way the Mets have played in September, to be honest with you. All right, so top of the third, no score.
Nice. 11 hits in those 11 starts before tonight. His only home run off Noah Syndergaard. You see the video of that? It's an older brother who played at the University of Kansas. Yeah, Jax. Right. And when Jordan had the home run, his brother ran through the stands like an airplane. So I think it looked like Brett Phillips celebrating a game-winning hit. Fly ball out to
Fly ball should be right there for McNeil. 1 out.
His older brother, or some of the baseball family, his older brother plays in the Boston Red Sox organization.
I don't know if you guys can see this pitch that Joe Rizzi just thrown, but this ball was about 3 inches off the plane. They called it a strike. But what do you expect from umpires? Bad calls, as always, for everybody, not just teams that you want to get the calls for. But
First base. Hit by Trevor Williams, right? Last night's game. So Diaz getting a chance to play now for the duration of the season.
oh, nice curveball by Walker. Walker is sharp tonight for sure.
Went through a little stretch where he struggled, but played in 100
Well, JL, I know people want robot umps, but I can assure you it's not a perfect situation with that. I'm going to tell you that right now. There's going to be problems with that, and people are going to be pissed. And he strikes him out. Nice pitch by Walker, 2 outs. Walker is sharp tonight. 30 pitches for Walker with 2 outs in the third. Good pitch count for him. That four-seam fastball is working for him as well.
And here Lewin Diaz, he'll go upstairs to get that strikeout. So 2 out of nobody on that John Birdie. Started the second time around the batting order. Birdie grounded out his first time up. He takes a fastball strike. Birdie throwing it at short.
Oh yeah, Ken, I'm sorry. This is the Mets giveaway a few years ago. It's got all the emojis on it and stuff. I'm sorry, Ken. I remember you talked about that, the shirt earlier. Quickly 0-2 on Birdie.
And also, the Mets killer always seems to get at least one big hit in the game. Well, so did Birdie until just recently. Mets held him down in the last series in Miami. He's 0 for 6 so far this series. Walker misses away. 1-2. Nats did not score in the bottom of the second. They go to the third in Washington. Braves won. Nationals won. And Braves will trade opponents. Braves finish up against the Marlins. Nets finish up against the Nationals.
Well, honestly, Ken, they should have that.
For their games with the Braves next week, owner Bruce Sherman encouraging Mets fans to come to Marlins Park, Lone Depot Park, the Florida fans to root against the Braves. Yeah. So Mets fans that live in Florida, you've been welcome.
Gavin, thank you for the support, buddy. It's gonna be fun, buddy. Gonna be fun. Hey, strike 3. Nice pitch by Walker to the inning. Going to the bottom of the third. Marlins did not score. Here we go, guys. Walker is sharp today. Gavin, thank you so much, buddy. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's going to be fun. Let the best team win. That's the way I see it. Once again, guys, 130 in the stream right now. Don't forget to please hit on that like button. Let's get this stream out to more baseball fans, more Met fans, even Brave fans. Why the hell not, right? It's always fun going back and forth. Why the hell not? So make sure you hit on that like button, guys. The most important thing to do is hit on that like button because of the fact that it gets to more baseball fans that are looking for this type of content. And once again, guys, if you're new to the channel, say what's up and tell me where you're from. And also, don't worry, with this channel, even during the off season, you get Mets Hot Stove, you get Mets Talk Live. We talk about the Mets, we talk about possible free agency, trades, all that fun stuff. Talk about the recap of the season, wherever it might end for the Mets. And that's what we do throughout the offseason as well. You're going to get a lot of news, rumors, a lot of live streams, a lot of videos popping up throughout the entire offseason as well. So make sure you tune in for that. I already booked my flight for spring training in February. And, of course, the Seven Line Army is going to opening day in Miami. So, Ken, I will be down in Florida twice in a month and a half. So, hopefully you're not sick of me at that point. So, with that said, guys, thank you for tuning in to the live stream. Mets versus Marlins at Citi Field. Get the game audio from SNY. And, of course, game day so you can follow the outs, the score, the batters, the pitchers, everything you need to know. And, of course, following the scores of around the league. And, of course, the most important one, the Braves against the Nationals. So, with that said, hit on that like button and let's go Mets. So, the Braves they're going to the top of the third. The game is tied 1-1. Here we go. Mets are coming up. Let's see if the Mets can get on the board. It's been pretty good pitching for both sides so far.
At MLB.com/Clemente21.
Thank you, Ogata. Thank you.
Mets and Marlins no score. Tomas Nido leads off against
So
Luzardo.
is leading off 9-1-2 for the Mets.
Change up on the corner for a strike, 0-1.
Ken, you're the best.
Last start came in Oakland on Sunday. Went 2 for 5, continuing his 5-month.
We all are sick and tired of the Dodgers. I think we all can agree with that.
Brings him up to 242 for the year.
All right, Tomas. Nito in the month of September is batting 341.
Impressed by Tomas. I have to say that if you look at the Mets players,
JL, I hope
really
natural disaster happens, everybody survives, but they can't play the game. How about that? It's hard to root for anybody. Large, how you doing, buddy? It's hard to root for anybody, but I mean, can I really root for the Braves? I can't. I rooted for the Braves last year only because I couldn't stand Houston. So, and Nito strikes out, 1 out.
Gary, he's gotten the confidence of pitching staff. That's the most important. And he wasn't hitting. He still was getting some key hits with runners in scoring position and those bunts, all those successful bunts that he had. And now he's swinging the bat.
Yeah, I think it's mostly their announcers, but I grew up in the '90s, so that was Braves terrorized the Mets for years, so it is what it is. And Nimmo, first pitch, pops it up, easy 2 outs. Well, JL, I think you would want that revenge for 96. Jacob, as of right now, the Mets have the tiebreaker. The Mets only need to win 1 of the 3 games in Atlanta to win the tiebreaker. So, like I said, it's basically a 1-game lead for the Mets as long as they win 1 game in Atlanta.
So it's a disappointment that you're not going to have him for the Braves series. And who knows if you'll have him at all for the rest of the regular season. And then you get into the question of if he doesn't play the rest of the regular season, how prepared will he be to hit the ground running in the postseason? Yeah, there have been stories of guys that haven't played towards the end that have been good in the postseason, but there's not that many. There's Schwarber. Yes. There's a lot that have struck out his first time up. Well, the minor league season ended today. The Syracuse team played a morning game today, and several members of the Syracuse team are here in the clubhouse as taxi squad members, including Dom Smith. Got the defensive card hanging out of Pete's pocket.
So,
Close up, anybody?
The minor league season is over, and Dominic Smith is on the taxi squad for the Mets. Very interesting.
Given some thought because of the weather problems in Atlanta. There might be some extra guys going down there just in case. Yes, just in case, because if you have a doubleheader and you can have a 29th player, if you have an injury,
no problem, Joe.
And you might have trouble getting a player there because of travel considerations. All that having been said, and our best to our friends in Florida who have taken the brunt of Hurricane Ian, it does appear that
no, it's just schematics basically. It's just the way they do it with the stand-ins. Oh, Joe, that's cool.
Maybe not as much as we had thought. There was a tentative plan, we're told, to move this game to an earlier time and then play one of the games tomorrow night in Atlanta. The Braves turned that idea down. Everything's kind of on the table. They could move Friday's game to an earlier time in Atlanta if the conditions call for that. But it looks as though maybe Saturday night and Sunday night are going to be fairly clear for those games. At least that's the way it's looking right now. 2-2 coming, and the break.
And Alonso strikes out to end the inning, going to the top of the foot. Still no score. Pitching matchup at Citi Field. Luzardo, Walker putting up zeros back and forth. So not looking good for the Mets offensively, which has been what they have been doing lately. So it is what it is. All right, so if you're looking at the Braves national score, it's the top of the third. Braves 1, Nationals 1. Right now, the Mets are going to the top of the fourth with no score as well. So both games are tied at the moment. Game day is a little bit slower on the screen than right now. They're already in the bottom of the third. So the Braves didn't score in the top of the third. All right, here we go. Just keeping up the score for you guys for the Braves Nationals. Luzardo is a really good pitcher. Again, if you didn't hear the news about Marte, his finger is still swollen. It's still causing him a little bit of discomfort. So the likelihood of him coming back during a Braves series, which some of us thought, or there was a possibility. It's probably not going to happen. So, again, it's a huge loss to not have Marte. He's been one of our best hitters all year. When the team was in a slump, he always found a way to get a big hit. Yeah, Ken. Well, Monday and Tuesday, it was Tuesday, Monday and Tuesday. I think it was Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish holiday. So I guess that was a big issue. I think people were talking about, but there's no mistake. The couple of times this year, when there hasn't been a ton of people, but the Mets fans show up Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So it's the weekdays in New York is just weird, I guess, when it comes to the Mets and Queens for some reason. But you know what? Tickets are sold, though. Like, tickets sold, there's like 34,000 sold, but only between 20 to 25,000 show up. So I don't know, to be honest with you.
Scores, we play the fourth, 2, 3, and 4 in the climbing batting order. And a long takes sinker out of the strike zone. It's 2-1. On the ground, past the back Escobar
down the line.
Chased by Canna. LeBlanc heads to second.
Leadoff double for the Marlins. You know, I've been saying this for about 4 or 5 days, about a week now. I don't understand why. And we've seen this with Mets pitching. They give up a lot of hits down the third base line, but yet they don't guard the third base line. I just don't understand that. It's been like this for a week now. It makes no sense. Escobar should have had that, though. That was just a bad first step for him. All right, so leadoff double for the Marlins.
Great defensive series for Escobar so far. Made an error on a ball hit by John Birdie last night that looked like a double.
And the Nationals got a man on second with 1 out. Looking like it was a double in that game.
Anderson grounded out to third his first time up.
You know, Dale, it's not the shift, though. It's not the shift because that's straight up third base. The problem is, over the last week, and the Mets like to pitch inside, so you would think third base down the line is the deal. To guard the line, get a little bit closer to the line, because they've been hitting a lot of balls down the third base line. And I just don't understand why they keep on playing straight up. It makes no sense.
Walker has struck out 4 tonight, and he bounces that one. And as he always does on that pitch in the dirt, he'll pick it out of the dirt and come up looking to throw.
Well, he got Charles Lamont already this year in Miami in his first game, his debut. So he's a little careful out there.
Lost a nice spark for the Marlins. Guy who was not expected to contribute anything. Guy they picked up on waivers from the Rangers, as he was able to locate that.
And I didn't know that he got.
Jail. That's what I'm saying. They have been doing that, and most of our pitchers are ground ball pitchers. So you would think I would guard the line at third base, especially with a lot of right-handed batters in the lineup. Jamie, that's not necessarily 2 to 6 p.m. because the Yankees start at 7 o'clock, and they have between 35,000 at the very least tonight. So I don't know what it is when it comes to Citi Field. I don't know. Honestly, I don't. You know, because Friday, Saturday, Sunday, no matter who the Mets play, it's packed. So I don't know. And it's a ground ball. It's going to keep the runner at second. 1 out. Good job by Walker there. JL, well, coming from a Braves fan, and honestly, why is my channel better than the Braves channel when you're a Braves fan? Are they too much of homers and they don't give any credit to any other team? Is that the issue? Well, Jamie, Yankee fans like to take their kids too. You know, I tend to think that You got a lot of, the city is a lot closer to the Bronx. So a lot of people coming from work can get off one of the trains and be right at Yankee Stadium rather quickly. Ground ball should be 2 outs, and the runner stays at second. Good job.
Fortes is playing his 11th game as a DH. He is 1 for 37 now as a designated hitter.
Broke that bat, and as it was running, he threw the shards or the remainder of it back, and it was just circling over the head of Nito.
You're not supposed to throw the broken.
Oh, okay, Joe.
That 22 years ago. He couldn't have said he thought it was the ball.
You got to understand, like where Citi Field is in Queens, Long Island, ton of Met fans. So people got to drive from the island to basically the middle to western part of Queens to get to Citi Field. That's never easy during rush hour. So you got to look at it that way as well. You got to look at the fan bases as well and where they live. Mostly like Yankee fans, you got the Bronx. Obviously, people in the Bronx are going to go to the game. You got Brooklyn that's closer to the Bronx than going to some parts of Queens. That's the issue as well. Nice pitch. Split change. 1 and 2. Sack fly, Ethan. All right. 2-1 Washington. Good job by the Nats. Keeping it interesting. All right, Ty, get out of this. Let's go. Come on. And, like I said, the proximity to the city, a lot of people work in the city. They take the train. It's easy. When you go into the city, you can go straight from the city right to the Bronx on one train ride, and you're in Yankee Stadium. So with that, it's a lot easier as well. Fly ball, that might be a home run, guys, and it's gone. Wow, what a shot! 2-0 Marlins. Woo. I can't believe that ball went out. That was a shot. 2-0 Marlins. I didn't think that ball was going out. I did not think they were going out, but it did. 2-0 Marlins. It was a pitch belt high. Yeah, he crushed it. Okay, he was on that pitch. That was a bad pitch by Walker. His first one of the night that looked pretty bad. 1-2 pitch. He left it right over the middle of the plate and hit it to right center. 2-0 Marlins.
He is now 4 for 6 in this series, getting over 400 over his last 18 games since his latest recall, and earned him the home run helmet. 15 home runs now on Walker, and the majority have come since the All-Star break.
Well, parking is a joke at Yankee Stadium. It's tough and it's expensive.
Here, the Braves trail in D.C.
You can easily drive to Citi Field and park. That's not an issue. Again, you got to look at proximity of the fans.
A lot of 2 teams in the National League East, the Marlins and the Nats, have lost 191 games between them. They're both trying to play spoiler these last 3 series of the year.
So again, you can see that every attempt to just trying to throw it letter high and right by De La Cruz, he's just too hot.
It's a curveball up and away, 3-2.
Oh, Ryan, you only show up when the Mets are losing. That's cute.
Gary, that you have to identify before the game that it'll be someone else.
God, you know how many Braves fans lurk on the channel until it's the right time for them to actually chat? All right, so Walker strikes him out, but not before De La Cruz hits a 2-run homer. One bad pitch for Taijuan Walker, and it goes over the fence. Unfortunately, that's baseball season. So Mets are down by 2 runs, but we got a lot of innings to go. Let's see if the Mets got to get going here. It's just very simple. Well, yeah, Jamie, of course. Like I said, I'm 10, 15 minutes away from Citi Field, so it's not hard for me at all. But again, it's just a matter of the situation when it comes to proximity, right? Especially during the weekdays, Monday through Thursday, right? People work in the city. A lot of people take the train. You can easily take the train to the Bronx from the city. So it's like one straight train. You can get right there. Multiple connections. So, it's a little longer ride from the city to get to Citi Field. People do it. But again, the majority of the Met fans are Eastern Queens and all of Long Island mostly. So you got people that have to drive an hour just to get to a baseball game. And at 5 o'clock when you get out of work, you're going to hit traffic. No guarantee you're going to get to Citi Field on time. That's a lot of things. You got to think about that. But, it's not an excuse, honestly. But it is what it is. Yeah, but again, right when LIRR is right there, you can take it to the game. But again, you can take the LIRR straight home, straight to your car, wherever stop you get off at on the Long Island Railroad, get in your car and go home. So, a lot of people don't want to do that either, so it is what it is. Game ends at 11 o'clock, 10:30. Got to get in the LIRR. That's at least 30, 35 minutes, depending on how long it takes to get on the train. And now you're home by almost 11:30, 12 o'clock, and you got work the next day. So, it's the way it goes. Vinny Walker is good. He threw one bad pitch. I mean, if you looked at the first 3 innings, he was untouchable. He threw one bad pitch. All right, so the Mets are in the bottom of the 4th. Down by 2. Mets got to work their way back here. Lindor is leading off.
Down 2-0 against Jesus Luzardo, who is looking very sharp tonight. It's a 3, 4, and 5 in the order. Lindor, Canna, and McNeil up against the 24-year-old lefty. Lindor has the Mets' only hit so far. He hoped to base it left in the first. And takes a sinker low. It's 2-0. It's on one Walker.
Yeah, Jose, you see, again, it's not easy for you. If you're a Yankee fan, it's a hop, skip, and a jump, right? It could take you 2.5 hours. Like, that's the problem with most Met fans in Long Island. That's why most of them go to Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, because they don't have to worry about getting home at a certain time to get to work and get to sleep and go to work. So, playoffs are different. People make it a priority. During the season, there's 162 games, so that's how it goes.
Punched the mound earlier this year and suffered an injury. I think it was Plesac. Yeah, punched the mound with his pitching hand. Not recommended. 3-1 to Lindor, who suffered a broken finger from an LA door. And he went back 3-2. You never know what the injury of the year is.
Well, Jose, some people think of it that way, but you know what? Some people got to go to work. Some people can't afford to lose 4 or 5 hours of sleep, especially if you have kids. It's a personal decision, right?
It's not true. You sure? I know he always says it's not.
And Lindor pops it up. Should be 1 out. And it is 1 out.
That one lingered out there for a long time.
Well, May's contract's up. Lugo's contract is up. Walker's contract is up. So it's up to the Mets to not sign him or not.
1 out. Here's Marcana, who rounded out to third base his first time up.
I can hit traffic getting out of Yankees, getting out of Citi Field, and the game ends at 10:30. I can still get home at 11:15. It still take me 35, 40 minutes sometimes if there's a lot of traffic getting out of the stadium.
Other than the National League East, the smallest lead belongs to the Cardinals. We're up by 7.5 in the NL Central. There's still wild card spots in play. Padres, Phillies, and Brewers still trying to see which 2 of those 3.
A lot of the people that I know that I'm cool with come from Brooklyn, and they go to Mets games. That's not an easy trip either. So, depending on where you are in Brooklyn.
Of course, you got 3 wild card teams in each league for the first time. The 2 division winners with the best records get a bye into the division series. The other
exactly,
Ken.
Ken.
Plays the wild card round.
All right, 1 out, 2-0 Marlins in the bottom of the 4th.
Wild card team and the other 2 wild card teams play each other, and the top seed in the wild card round gets all 3 games of the best of 3 at home.
You know, maybe I'm just naive, but I remember as a kid just loving pennant races. This is amazing what is happening in the NL East. I know if you're a fan of either club, you want them to win the division already, but I mean, they're tied. The Mets have played outstanding baseball all year. The Braves have been almost perfect for 100 days trying to track them down. That's something.
Yeah, but at the same time, I wonder whether with so many postseason teams and with the Mets and Braves already in, whether it takes any of the shine off it for some fans.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, look at what happened last year. They had that great pennant race of the NL West. The Giants won 107. The Dodgers won 106. Great pennant race. But who advanced? It wasn't the Giants. It was the Dodgers.
But in a great 5-game series.
So I guess that's my point. Yeah. That for a lot of people, you know, the drama is to come. It's not necessarily this week.
And Canada ground ball, swung at ball 4, and a nice pick by Diaz, 2 outs.
But just remember, the format is different this year.
Right. And I think most people haven't really grasped that, you know, the whole idea of the bye and the 5 days off.
Well, it really is such a gauntlet. As you see Diaz with a nice pick, just with the snow cone, pressed it up against his body. You know, the format now.
Well, Mark, I never kill a team that is not going to make the playoffs to not play hard. It's up to the team that is playoff bound to play better than their opponent. Very simple. That's why it's baseball, right?
The off days that have always been scripted into the postseason are not there now. And that's another. So when you're getting closer to the end of the series, there's no off days there. That's going to be a big hindrance.
Well, it means that if you go the distance of the division series, you need 4 starters. And if you go the distance...
Boricua, I doubt that. You know, Peterson and McGill is going to be in the bullpen. Carrasco and Walker, one of them is going to be on the postseason roster. And let's be honest, Walker threw 1 bad pitch, and it's a home run. Carrasco threw about 50 bad pitches in 3 innings and gave up 4 runs. All right, Jeff McGill with a 2-out hit.
Still can't grasp. So that's the Mets' second hit. But, you know, we've been noticing how small the crowds have been over these last couple of homestands. And I think people are, I don't know if they want to say they're not really invested as much in the division race as they might be otherwise if the Mets weren't already in the postseason. That's the only thing that I can gather.
I'll tell you, there's 2 teams that are really invested.
They are talking about the crowds at Citi Fields. Why it hasn't been much more during the weekday. That is a little bit, and it's noticeable. It really is.
I'll say this also.
Vinny, well, we're tied, right? 7 games to go, so they clearly got a good shot, and they still got the tiebreaker against the Braves, which nobody seems to want to talk about. And Escobar pops it up. It should end the inning. And it does. Going to the top of the 5th, Marlins lead 2-0. Once again, guys, don't forget to please hit on that like button. Mets Marlins here. Mets are struggling to hit Luzardo, which is not surprising. So it is what it is, and the Mets just got to start hitting it. It's very simple. Like I said, a 2-0 lead shouldn't be too much of a deficit to come back from. And you just got to wait and see. They got to hit. It's very simple. You know, yesterday, I mean, it's hard enough to come back from a 4-0 deficit, but like when you can't hold them and you score runs, I mean, you just can't do anything. I mean, besides Alonso home run, they didn't hit yesterday. And yeah, look, I don't want to keep on talking about Marte being out of the lineup. Yes, it's obvious that we miss him in the lineup. It hurts the lineup, absolutely. But it's not like, you know, you're not playing juggernauts here. With the team the Mets have without Marte, you should be beating the Marlins. You should be beating the Cubs. You should be beating the Nationals. That's it. Mark, why should Cruz play? The kid's trying to stay in the majors, and he's playing hard. If the Mets were an independent race and the Mets were playing hard, wouldn't you give them credit for doing that? I can never kill a team for playing hard. That's a stupid. Marte's probably not going to be back for the Braves series. That's pretty much seems like it's not going to happen. Well, Vinny, yeah, they're playing bad against bad teams, but they also won series against bad teams. They haven't played well, but they won series. So you can look at it this way, Vinny. Well, the Mets played the Braves, the really good team, right? Well, they play good against good teams, so that means the Mets should win that series, right? So it's game by game, right? Coming out of Oakland, everybody was happy, right? Mets beat a bad team, 2 out of 3. Mark, they're not supposed to look. Mark, I gotta let you go. I'm sorry. That's just stupidity there. And that's a base hit, leadoff hit for the Marlins. Lately, the Mets have been better on the road than at home, yes. Joe, I'm not even sure about mixing up the lineup. The problem is, when your lineup's not hitting, you got to try to change it up. And let's be honest, this entire season, the Mets can't hit lefties. 1 or 2 games, maybe 3 games this year, they hit the lefties well. They have a hard time hitting lefties. It's very simple. All right, going to the bottom of the 4th, and that's still lead 2-1.
Was the number 1 pick for the Toronto Blue Jays, and that's what it took to get Anthony Bass and Zach Pop to fill that bullpen for the Blue Jays, who should be going to the postseason.
It's a sad day for Miami. I mean, in a 1-week span, they said fish.
Well, in the month of September, the Mets have played better on the road than at home. So.
Team known for its ocean-going qualities, just such that they're setting up to acquire trout this winter. Either that or they're going to become a land-based team. Maybe they trade for Jake Lamb or something like that. Maybe they could be the land sharks. Go. Richards tries to hold, but he won
and 1 out. Good job by Walker.
6 strikeouts now for Walker. 1 down to the 5th. I mean, they could go avian. They do have a birdie.
Well, as much as you love Vogelback, he can't play versus lefties because he sucks versus lefties. And he ain't that good against righties either. So Marte is injured. Yes, he broke his finger. Getting hit by a pitch in Milwaukee, I believe it was. Oh, base hit.
Just past the dive of Lindor. Swept up quickly by McNeil. But Maywood Diaz, the number 9 hitter, splits the shift with a base hit. And the Marlins have 2 men on.
McNeil and Lindor on that right side, but hit so hard off the bat of Diaz. 1 hopper just.
Pirates series, that's right.
Lindor up the middle. He was in a little bit because of the thinking about turning 2.
All right, so first and second, 1 out in the top of the 5th, 2-0 Marlins. 64 pitches for Walker. John Brady is leading off. He's up at the plate, excuse me.
Fastball dents the outside corner, 0-1.
Oh, that was in the strike zone, but called it a ball. But the umpire is not calling that low pitch. He's consistent, so you can't get mad at that.
Good splitter by Walker, and it's 1-2.
Best splitter he's thrown this evening. Bottom dropped out of this one. You can tell by the way Nito caught it. He had to catch it almost his glove inverted.
So that's split grip. 1-2 now to Birdie. Big Groundswell slowly foul. Most pitchers play a penalty third time around the order. Walker's actually got better third time around this year. It didn't work out for him in his last start this year for the season. They're hitting just 219 against him third time around.
The whole Dodgers team can hit. Well, they didn't look so good against the Mets. Or are they going to make excuses for that, right? All right, Ty, let's go.
Juan struck out 6 tonight.
Nice strikeout. Big strikeout by Walker right there.
2 out.
We said that from the beginning that Walker had good stuff tonight. Strikeouts or big strikeout games are usually not a part of his game. But
Well, yeah, Tim, of course, but it's the way both teams played in September. Any opportunity they ever had to take advantage of the team, their team in a division that they're chasing or trailing, they lost as well. They never took advantage of it all year. This month. Well, that's the funny thing. Like I said, it's like, would anybody be shocked if both teams lose today when both teams should win today? It's been like this all September. It makes no sense. But both games are not over yet.
certain teams carry certain blueprints. Against this ball,
Got 2 outs, 0-2 count.
Free swingers. You can spend a lot of time out.
Well, everybody knows my opinion about Darren Ruff. Come on, Ty, let's go.
This is down with the slider, 1 and 2. Trying to beat the Marlins for a 5th time this year. Only 2 players in Mets history have gone 5-0 against a particular team. The last one was Ari Dickey against the Marlins in 2012. 1-2 coming. And he just got a piece of that splitter.
Why did the Nats steal third base when they got first and second with 1 out? Wow. That's stupid.
Long time on the bench, the last couple of innings for Luzardo, the young left-hander for the Marlins.
Walker had an easy top in first 3 innings.
See if Walker can get out of this little jam here.
Stallings at second, Diaz at first.
Oh, just outside. Nice pitch.
That's a good pitch. Sometimes as a pitcher, you shake your head because you can't believe how does he take that pitch. Sometimes it's so good they can't swing at it, can't pull the trigger.
Two out, 2 on, 2-2 to LeBlanc.
4-3. Good at bat by LeBlanc.
This really helps the Marlins here because Stallings does not have a lot of speed at second base.
Runners will be running on the pitch with 2 outs and a full count. First and second, 2-0 Marlins in the 5th.
3-2 coming.
That's a good pitch by Walker, but he fouled it off.
Interesting, the velocity on Taiwan's splitter tonight has been up. Yeah, normally throws at 88, 89. He's done a lot of 91s and 92s with that splitter tonight.
You know, Gary, when we were talking about him ripping that slider, his stuff is played up today. All game long.
Oh, curveball just outside. Inside. That was a nice pitch, but just on the inside corner. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Hefner's coming out to talk to Walker. 78 pitches for Walker in the 5th.
All the way to the dirt part before the plate. I thought Walker was going to say something that's unpaying, but chose not to.
So Odorizzi is out of the game. Jesse Chavez is in the game for the Braves.
Jeremy have
2-1 Nationals in the bottom of the fourth.
very much on the line here in the fifth inning. Mets offense has not gotten rolling at all in this series, other than Alonso's 3-run homer last night. And so Walker in a position where he just can't afford to give up much more.
You're saying something to him now. Where's that pitch?
Which pitch should he have a gripe with?
The last pitch, the curveball. He thought it was a strike. Whether it was or not, that's what he thought was a strike. He wants to hear what the umpire has to say. So he'll say, where was that last pitch? The umpire will say, I saw it inside and down. And what a pitcher will respond under his breath will be, yeah, right, whatever.
All right, Brian Anderson.
Really had a case, but
2 outs, bases loaded.
Brian Anderson,
Pivotal part of the game here.
on ground balls. And the first pitch
Nice curveball, foul tip, strike one.
Tips it into the mid of Nito for a foul tip, 0-1. That's a good free strike there for Walker. Stolen's now at third, Diaz at second, LeBlanc at first. And Anderson slips
Nice
through that one.
split change,
And it's
0-2.
0-2.
That's why betting's so unpredictable. Especially baseball is so unpredictable. All right, Ty, come on.
Bases loaded,
Big
2
pitch
down.
here.
This
All
is
right.
a splitter, 1-2.
That was not a bad pitch to throw there.
Almost like Hefner came out and said, be splitter heavy here against Anderson.
Stallings yelling for a block after seeing his pitcher get called for 3 last night.
Come on, Ty.
It's pretty funny. 1-2 to Anderson.
Ball 2.
This is low and in. It's 2-2. Got ahead on LeBlanc and couldn't put him away. Now, after getting ahead on Anderson, 0-2. It's 2-2, and he certainly doesn't want to go to a full count here. Already 25 pitches deep into this fifth inning.
All right, Ty, come on.
2-2.
He went.
Did he go? He did not.
Oh, Jesus. They've been
Stopped it on the slip.
calling
3-2.
check swings all game, and then they don't get it.
Ball down first.
All right, so the Nets didn't score in that inning, going to the top of the fifth.
That's close as it gets. Could have went either way.
All right, full count.
Simon Walker losing it a little bit. The calls that have been made.
Not very good run of the emotion. Stallings, Diaz.
All right, here we go.
Will all be running.
Probably has to throw a fat pitch here.
3-2 to Brian Anderson.
Struck him out. Big pitch.
Great recovery.
That is a big pitch. Didn't throw a fastball. Didn't give in. Split change. Got out of the inning. Big strikeout for Taiwan Walker in the top of the fifth. Walker did his job. Kept him at 2 runs. Let's go. Come on. We got to get that off. That's a great pitch. That was a strike, too. Good pitch. Walker with a little bit of emotion there, screaming off the mound. He was not happy with the umpire's calls, but he got out of it, and Marlins still are winning 2-1, going to the bottom of the fifth. Mets got to score some runs here. That was a huge pitch by Walker. You know what? You know, that's why I like Walker, too. Walker does not give in a count like that. We got to get some runs here. That's a huge strikeout for Walker there. Could have easily walked him. Could have easily left a fat pitch there. That was a pitcher's pitch right there. That was a pitcher's pitch. That was not a given pitch at all. So that was a nice pitch. Again, this is why I think Walker is more deserving of the 4th spot than Carrasco. Because Walker got really good stuff. And when he's on, he's really, really – well, KTU, she was in Oakland as well. She, you know, that movie Smile, she's promoting it, basically. I saw her walking out of Citi Field yesterday. It's weird, but it's promotion. So, Mets got to get it together. It's very simple. Got to score some runs. Walker kept you guys in the game right here. Could have easily made it a disaster of a game, but the Mets are coming. Got to get it done. Let's go. Got to get it done. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. There we go.
Mets and Braves are dead even with a week to go in the season. Mets lead the season series 9-7, which means if they
Fausto, I agree. Let's go. Come on, guys.
The tiebreaker in a potential tie-breaking
Oh,
situation.
Kiss from what?
Big series coming up starting Friday night in Atlanta, and Steve Gelbs has more. Steve?
You know, Gary, we've talked so much about how Michael Harris has been such a catalyst for this team since his call-up earlier this season. And one thing that you got to watch for with Harris is he was someone who was consistently doing his damage at the bottom of the lineup. His first 53 games in the big leagues was batting ninth. But
all right, here we go.
To Acuna, the struggles of
Vientos leading off. Vientos first pitch.
To move Michael Harris
and out of play.
Tonight he's hitting third for the first time all
season.
God,
no, Ken.
Games. Hit second twice, cleanup once, and fifth once as well. So, you know, he's really now become a power bat in the middle of that lineup. Since August 1st, Michael Harris hitting .335 with 28 extra base hits. So,
come on, Mark, let's go.
Harris,
bottom of the order for the Mets. Ground ball should be an out. One out.
That the Mets and Braves, despite being very evenly matched in terms of record, the exact same record right now, they go about things very differently. The Mets trying to manufacture runs, the Braves more an all-or-nothing team with their approach, and that is really driven home by this one statistic that's incredible. The Braves right now have 0 sacrifice bunts the entire season. If that holds up for the next week, they will be the first team since the stat was recorded in 1950.
Luis Guillaume up for 1 out, 2-0 Marlins, bottom 5.
To have 0 sacrifice bunts in a season. It happened a few times during the 60-game season in 2020, but outside of that, never happened since they started recording that stat.
No teams had fewer than 4 sacrifice bunts in any full season. The Braves have exactly 0. You know, Steve, the other rookie that started off so quickly, Vaughn Grissom, is now 7 for his last 43 with 14 strikeouts in his last 14 games. Orlando Arcia has hit 5 home runs in his last 8 games against DC, where they're at tonight. Yeah, he can only hit him at that Park. I think he's hit him in 5 straight games at Nationals Park. But, you know, you're talking about Michael Harris, and the other thing about Harris, his defense has been fantastic. He made another terrific catch against the fence tonight. Guillaume takes inside 2-2.
And Gary steals bases as well. He's going to be the second. If he hits another home run, he'll be the second rookie in National League history to have 20 home runs and 20 stolen bases in his rookie season. He's at 19-20 right now.
Already been done in the American League this year by Julio Rodriguez out of Seattle.
Bobby Witt as well.
Yep.
Guillaume takes ball 3, full count.
Think of the contract he signed with Seattle. Think of the contract that Harris signed with Atlanta, and then compare, if you want, their statistics this season. 3-2 to Guillaume with Nino on.
Ball 4. That was a. Oh, the umpire's being consistent. He's not calling that low strike. Well, JL, unlike the Braves announcers, the Mets announcers are very critical of their team. Because the Braves announcers are 100% homers, no matter what happens. So, Guillaume gets a 1-out walk. Nino coming up. Yeah, it really doesn't matter who you put at DH. It seems like nobody can hit. Like, honestly, at this point, why don't you just throw Dominic Smith out there and see what happens? Can't be worse. All right, Tomas, let's go. Oh, looks like a double play ball. Oh, what a play. Nice. Gets the force at second. Nice play. 2 outs. All right, 2 outs. Nito on. Nimmo coming up.
I mean, this was such a choice. But great job, great throw to LeBlanc. And they got the force out at second base. So that keeps the runner out of scoring position. Now 2 out. Here's Nimmo. Last time the Mets faced Luzardo in Miami 3 weeks ago.
You know, at some point, you got to do like a hit and run. You know, like in that scenario, you might have got the runner to the second base with a hit and run there. I think you have to do that every now and then to get something going.
Right outside ball straight. We're in the 5th in Washington. Still
Ken, it seems like it, right? Look at the A's in Oakland.
Mets have had just 2 hits tonight against Luzardo.
Well, the umpire is not calling that low strike, so he's consistent. They're strikes for both sides, but he's not calling them. So I can't kill the umpire when you're consistent on both sides.
6 2/3 innings, 3 hits, 11 strikeout performance against the Cubs.
Come on, Brandon.
He's on a full week's rest between starts, and he's been on a game tonight.
Nimmo had a pitch to hit. He fouled it off.
Good swings when they're on hitters' counts against Luzardo. His stuff is that electric this evening.
Braves didn't score in the top of the 5th, going to the bottom of the 5th.
Like a man possessed after that difficult 5th inning.
Come on, Brandon.
2-2 to Nimmo.
Ground ball right to the second baseman. Swinging at a ball, and the inning is over. Going to the top of the 6th. Still 2-0 Marlins. You know, Mets are putting in with these at-bats. You know, the balls that they're hitting balls that are out of the zone. And, you know, you're hitting balls out of the zone, you're going to hit ground balls. It's very simple. That's what they've been doing the entire game. They're just not hitting at all. Again, you put on top of that, the Mets can't hit lefties as they did. I would say you could probably count on one hand how many times they had good games against lefties. The reason why they won games against lefties was they worked the count, they got the pitcher out early, and then you got to go to the bullpen. So they're not doing that against Luzardo. Luzardo's got really good stuff, and nothing's really happening, right? They're just not putting great at-bats together. They're swinging at balls. They're just not doing what they're supposed to do. And one bad pitch from Walker, and it gives the Marlins a 2-0 lead. So once again, guys, you're watching Mets versus Marlins right here on Talking Mets with Rob. Hopefully everybody is, if you are in Florida, be careful, stay safe. It's looking like the weather looks like it's getting better for the Atlanta series. Let's hope it goes as scheduled. Nobody needs doubleheaders, Mets or the Braves. Nobody needs to play on October 6th because that hurts both teams. And let's just hope we get Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in, or at least the 3 games in, and both teams will be okay, and that's the way it should be, with no excuses and no problems and no excuses for either team. Well, that's not true, James. I mean, the first 4 months of the year, the Mets had had the most runs scored in the league. So it's not Chili Davis. You know, Chavez was a genius the first 3 months of the year. All right, so here we go. Top of the 6th, 2-0 Marlins. Walker is still in the game.
First pitch curveball out of the strike zone for ball 1. Cortez 0 for 2.
Ken, that's crazy.
Fastball swung and missed 1-1. Cortez, who shares the catching duties with Jacob Stallings, DHing tonight, 1 for 37 this year as a DH. Although the first time I'll be a bullet off Walker's glove that turned into a ground out. That's a call strike at 22. Seth Lugo gets up in the Mets bullpen.
Lugo is warming up in the bullpen.
Walker pushing toward 90.
Once again, guys, don't forget to hit on that like button. We got 160 in the stream, 73 likes. If you haven't hit the like button, please take a second to do so.
Said Fortes has had some good games against the Mets this year.
Walked off home run against Vino in Miami earlier this season. Checks the swing on the high fastball, 3-2. I wonder if this is Walker's last batter. With the bats that Dylan Cruz has had tonight, would you like to give him a different look and bring Lugo in to face Dylan Cruz?
Lugo looks like he's throwing and ready to go, so you might be right.
And Fortes turns one around foul. Well, he asked you who you think should be the Mets' 4th starter of the postseason, and boy, it's like a walkover. Recency bias, maybe. 3-2 coming. And a curveball. Did he go? He did not.
Oh, wow. Where was that pitch?
Just missed, and he just stopped the swing, and Fortes throws a leadoff walk. And we'll see with or Taiwan Walker. Going down the steps.
Yeah, James, and where was that offense in 2019 in late August, early September? Non-existent. It's not about a hitting coach, all right? If you think a hitting coach has anything to do with the guys hitting on the field, you clearly don't watch enough baseball. Hitting coaches have nothing to do with it. Pitching coaches are more important to pitchers than hitting coaches are to hitters. Sorry, does anybody know who's the hitting coach for the Astros? Because they're hitting pretty well. What about the Dodgers? Nobody knows. When you hit well, nobody cares about the hitting coach. When you hit bad, it's all about the hitting coach. It's the players on the field. Plain and simple. All right, 0-2. Once again, guys, it's 2-0 with a Dela Cruz 2-run homer to right center field to give them all the 2-0 lead, and is the top of the sixth right now. James, it's not an opinion, it's a fact. Hitting coaches have nothing to do with the guys hitting on the field. Could they adjust, saying, "Hey, listen, you might be stepping in the bucket a little bit"? Yeah, but come on. I mean, James, do you know who the hitting coaches are for the Dodgers or the Astros? You know why nobody cares about the hitting coaches? Because they're hitting well. Right? When the pitchers are doing bad, oh, it's the pitchers. It's the pitching coach. Oh, God. You know, maybe we should blame the bullpen coach when a reliever comes in and gives up a home run. Let's blame the bullpen coach. And once again, not guarding the line. There we go. Second and third, nobody out.
Cruz has yet another hit as he pulls a double down the line to put runners at second and third.
All right, Walker's coming out of the game. Lugo's coming in. Again, later in games, you think you should be guarding the line. Not guarding the line once again, and look where it's hit. Right there. Once again. I think I've been talking about this all game.
Fortes, the catcher, makes it to third. No outs. You're going to be conservative. And out of the box, De La Cruz, who's got 5 tools. He can run.
Well, New York committee, he couldn't get to that ball, but it's also defensive placement as well.
So Walker unable to get out of the sixth. Will take his exit. Call to the bullpen. Brought to you by Nissan. Shop NissanUSA.com.
Well, what I don't understand, this is why analytics is so stupid. So Lugo's coming into the ball game. What I don't understand about analytics, they don't adjust within the last week or two of anything. Like, just because this guy has been hitting in April and May every ball to the left side or the right side doesn't mean you don't guard the third baseline in crucial situations. And like I said, if you look at what I was talking about for the last week, there's been you have mostly ground ball pitchers in your rotation. Why aren't you guarding lines to prevent doubles? Right? I just don't get it. It makes no sense to me. And you're playing Escobar straight up almost every time, and it makes no sense to me. That's why analytics is so much of a joke for baseball, because analytics doesn't go on an individual game by game basis. If you look at this 2-game series, how many balls were hit down the third base line in yesterday's game for the Marlins? I counted 6. That was in one game. The same thing in Oakland, same exact thing. There was at least 10 that were hit down the third base line, yet still playing straight up. So analytics might be good in some instances, but not when you're not putting these guys in the right situation. Why, James? Because baseball, just like every other sport, has too many coaches. That's why.
Nobody out.
You know, so if Lugo gives up a home run here, are you going to blame the bullpen coach who is watching what Lugo's doing in the bullpen? No, you're not. You're going to blame Lugo.
That's hand in hand. 13-1. He gave him a 3-run homer to Connor Cable. Here, a much more.
It's a nice pitch by Lugo. 2 strikes.
A couple of curveballs. Lead off walk to Fortes, and with Lugo warm in the bullpen, Buck Showalter decided to give Taiwan Walker one more batter, but the red-hot Brian De La Cruz put the Mets in jeopardy. That curveball bounced foul. So a steady diet of courage to the rookie. It's 0-2.
So interesting defense here against
Frick the Tank complains about the LIRR when he doesn't get his way. So
squashing that right side, but the doors on the shortstop side of the bag at second, which opens up the hole where the umpire is.
oh, that's going to get a run in for a sac fly. So 3-0 Marlins.
So Blade on an 0-2 pitch, able to get the ball in the air and get the run in. And now Miami has a 3-run lead.
3-0 Marlins.
Let's check in with the studio for a game break. Michelle Margot. Michelle.
Checking in on the Braves and Nationals bottom third, game tied at 1. Luke Voigt up and he rips a single to left field. CJ Abrams scores from third, and the Nationals take a 2-1 lead, and that is the score now in the 6th period.
Michelle is brought to you by your local Honda dealers. Here's Jacob Stolen.
Oh, it feels like that, Ella.
Is still in second. And he takes the slider for a strike, 0-1. Stallings at a base hit to lead off the 5th. Marlins loaded the bases in that 5th inning. Walker got out of it, but couldn't get it out in the 6th. Now
well, Joe, the problem is the game's not over yet. That's the problem. For either side.
6th curveball down from Lugo, 1-1. The Braves didn't score at the top of the 6th. They're now
all right, going to the bottom of the 6th. Still 2-1 Nationals.
2, Braves 1. Fastball in for a strike to Stallings, 1-2. Stallings is a home run in 3 career at-bats against Lugo. Game winner in Pittsburgh last year.
Strike 3, 2 outs.
Strikes him out. 2 out. So Lugo comes in and gets 2 outs, although one of them brought a run in.
Well, this is the pitch he wanted to throw to Blade. That ball that ran right in and tied up Stallings. He wanted it off the plate, 0-2 to Blade, but it didn't have the same movement.
So 2 out. Now the number 8 hitter, Jordan Groshans. Groshans is flied out and struck out 0-2.
Not calling that low pitch.
Yes, below the knees in Tom Payne's view. Tom Payne's missed a few at the bottom of the strike zone today. And curveball bends in for a strikeout. It's 1-1.
Well, Ken, if they do that against the Braves, well,
Alonso Lindor and Canna coming up.
I don't think we're going to complain too much, right?
Against Jesus Luzardo.
Popped it up.
Behind second base.
Should end the inning.
And Lindor waiting for it.
And it
Looks the way
does.
to retire this.
So the Marlins do get a run on a sac fly, 3-0 going to the bottom of the 6th Mets trail. With that said, the Nationals are still leading the Braves 2-1 in the bottom of the 6th. They just got to get it done. Very simple. Got to get the offense going. It's just, what else are you going to do, right? Nothing else can be said except the offense got to get it going. So it's got to wait and see. What we got to do is score some damn runs. Again, I think Brave fans are saying right now, too, looking at the Nationals, and they can't score more than 1 run right now, even though everybody, I think most Met fans believe that they're probably going to go ahead in this game at some point. DLD, they're not blowing the division. I think people keep on talking about that. Like, they're not blowing a division. It's not like they're playing under 500 baseball. They didn't have an under 500 month of the season. And even this September, when they're not playing well, they still got an over 500 record. That's not blowing a division. When your 2.5 games is the highest you got in a lead in a division, it's not blowing it. I think people tend to forget that. It took 4.5 months for the Braves to catch the Mets. Well, they scored a run, but still. Offensively, the Mets are in a slump, And it's funny, the Mets have been scoring runs lately on home runs, which is something that we've complained about for a while, right? The problem is they haven't been producing the runs that we expect a Mets lineup to do, right? Productive outs, moving runners over with less than 2 outs. Okay, DLD. Well, the Dodgers had a lead last year too, and how did that go? They won 106 games and they lost the division. Did you say they choked and lost the division and blown the division the lead? No. Both teams are going to win 100 games. Nobody's blowing a division, even if the Mets lose. All right, so Alonso's leading off. 3-0 Marlins. Toros, no, it's not. It's called baseball. I mean, look at the month of September for the Braves as well. All right, they've lost games that they shouldn't have lost as well. Mets lost a few more, absolutely. James, the Mets are not a home run happy team. You're really lost if you believe the Mets are a home run happy team.
Saying that Pete has been the linchpin this year. When he thrives, the Mets thrive.
The Mets are the middle of the pack in the league in home runs. And as much as everybody keeps on saying, well, how many more times have the Braves had opportunities to take advantage of the Mets' struggles, and they didn't, right? It's been like that the whole month. And Pete takes strike 3, 1 out.
Looking at a fastball after setting him up for change-ups. Alonso strikes out for the 3rd time tonight. Watching that start against the Mets he had on the 11th of September, he saw a great arm, but not a finished product. Much more finished this evening. It changed in 17 days, right? 3 starts. How much of that is Luzardo, and how much of that is the Mets? That's interesting. I mean, you and I watching Luzardo tonight, this doesn't even seem like the same pitcher. That pitch against him in the Mets looks like a guy who's totally confident to throw strikes, and believes in his stuff.
And Lindor gets out of the way of the pitch thrown behind him.
Because he bounces one in there.
The thing about it is, though, Ronnie, we can say the same thing about Pablo Lopez last night. The Mets had thrashed him several times this year, and he looked totally confident last night in setting the Mets down for 6 innings other than Alonso. So it's hard to know.
Yeah.
Another good-looking changeup by Luzardo in this one. Luzardo's overall numbers were really good.
Yeah, DLD, but it was also a clear path for the Braves to take advantage of the Mets' struggles, and they still didn't. And the Mets still found a way to keep a lead and end up being tied at the moment. Now, I do agree with you that the fact that there's a couple of times where the Mets should have swept a couple of series might have helped us out. The Brewers series, right? That would have helped the Oakland series, of course. But, right, the Mets won 97 games on winning 18 and 4 in total series. So, yeah, they should have swept a couple of series. That would be nice. And Lindor strikes out. 2 outs. But again, DLD, you have to look at the Braves' perspective, right? When the Mets got swept by the Cubs, the Braves lost 2 out of 3 against the Giants. That was a chance for them to do it and pass us and do what they were supposed to do. They didn't do it either. And if you want to look at the Mets have played well the entire year. You want to agree with the whole fact of sweeping series? Yeah, that's been a problem for sure.
He takes a change up down for ball one.
Maybe this is a little trap game for both the Braves and the Mets as they're thinking of each other, maybe. I don't know. Sharks circling the water.
Well, there's been so much conversation about that series, not just the import of it, but
No, he's got good stuff, but DLD, I don't want to play in a wild card round, but you also got to talk facts as well. You know, you're acting like the Mets are 10 games under 500 in September, and they're not. Like, the Mets have played consistently well all year. The Braves are going through an historic run since June 1st, which is almost nearly impossible, and they're doing it. You have to look at that.
Cannon takes a fastball strike, and it's 2-2.
See a lot of big, deep breaths for the Mets hitters.
Well, he is your fourth starter. I doubt they're gonna pitch him, but you never know in a long series. You never know.
Got him looking, side retired.
Struck out the side. Luzardo's pitching like an ace. Going to the top of the seventh, Mets trail 3-0. Okay, Steven, that's cute. I don't see what that has to do with talking about facts. Strider might be back for the playoffs. Again, it's an oblique. I tell you right now, and we've dealt with a couple of players already that on the Mets that dealt with obliques. You just never know with obliques. You know, they might feel good, and then you throw a pitch in a rehab or just in a bullpen, and you're like, uh-oh, that's the problem. Well, I'm not going to kill him on that one because the fact of the matter is the umpire hasn't been calling low strikes all year, all games. So, and now he is. So, okay, DLD. Okay, that again. Why do people act like good teams are supposed to beat bad teams every single time? Like, do you guys understand baseball when you talk about that? Lifelong Met fan, a lifelong baseball fan, you should know better than that. I'm sorry. I don't care if you're 34 or 64. Baseball is baseball, right? Any team can beat any team any single day. If you don't know that by now, then go watch soccer. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I just don't understand that. Well, Sandy Koufax looks like he's on the mound when it's the Mets right now. That's a good point. That's exactly what I've been trying to say, but nobody wants to actually believe that, right? The 88 division winning Braves last year weren't expected to win, but they were hot at the right time. Perfect timing for them to go through the playoffs. Yep, going to the top of the seventh, Braves, Nats, still the same score. 2-1 Nats. So the Braves must be the worst team in baseball. They can't score more than one run against the Nats. That's the way people talk about it, right? That's the way, the Braves shouldn't lose to the Nats. The Mets shouldn't lose to the Marlins, right? It's called baseball.
Marlins got 2 in the fourth on a Brian De La Cruz 2-run homer. De La Cruz's double set the stage for J.J. Bleday's sac fly in the sixth. Diaz flies one out to right.
All right, should be one out. And it is.
Puts it away, 1 out. Well, if you're looking for a mid-game snack, we recommend Dave's Killer Bread. You can use Dave's Killer Bread to make all sorts of beautiful concoctions, whether it's sort of chicken salad.
DLD, if you're going to go on the fact that the Mets don't play well against bad teams, well, the Mets played really well all year against good teams. So the Mets should do well, right? If you're going to go on your logic, right? Mets play up to their competition, play down to bad competition. So they should play well against the Braves, don't you think? If you're going to go on your logic.
I would love a sandwich, except he had 2 candied apples today before the game.
Well, JL, yeah.
When's the last
I mean,
time
nobody
you
thought
candied apple
Soler
when you were-
and Rosario was going to be the linchpin in winning the World Series. You know what I'm saying? Everybody would think Freeman, Swanson, or Albies, guys like that. DLD, my take, I expect the Mets to show up in the series against the Braves. Now, just because of the fact that they might not win the series doesn't mean they won't play well, right? 2 outs already for Lugo in the top of the 7th.
Another unhappy customer for John Tumpain. Second strikeout for Lugo, and we check in with the studio where Michelle Margot has another game break. Michelle.
Thanks, Gary. Checking back in on the Braves, top of the 5th, 2 out. Ronald Acuna Jr. grounds ball to third. A great play.
Oh,
by
what a
Omar
play.
Vargas gets Acuna at first for the out. The game is 2-1 Nats in the 7th now. Gary.
Well, nice defensive plays against the Braves. So I guess the Nats should lay down to the Braves, right? Because they're a bad team and not going nowhere. Lucas, because you're making ridiculous comments. Why are we drilling anybody when the guys are playing hard? And just for that stupid comment, you're getting blocked. Like, why are you drilling somebody who's actually playing hard? That's a stupid.
What they do from here, they got an off day tomorrow, so they can use basically anybody.
Maybe we should punch Taiwan Walker in the face for throwing a bad pitch to Cruz. How about that? Like, come on, guys. Be realistic sometimes. Sorry. Don't make stupid-ass comments and act like you're not going to get blocked in this channel. It has nothing to do with, like, if the Mets are getting hit 3 or 4 times, all right, you want to make a little bit of redemption? Sure. But the kid hit a home run on a Walker bad pitch. The kid's not supposed to play. He's trying to stay in the big leagues. And now the umpire is starting to call low strikes for both sides now. So weird. Well, the Mets will have 3 more times at bat to make it interesting. Ball 4, 2 out walk. James, I think you can check that yourself. I have 3,600. What does that have to do with anything? Again, you're on my channel now. You want to unsubscribe? Be my guest. I don't force anyone to be here. You've been with me for 2.5 hours now. When you're saying to throw at somebody's head because they hit a home run against a pitcher who threw a bad pitch, you're an idiot. Sorry. If you agree with that, then you can leave too. I'm being honest with you. You don't like it? I don't know what to tell you. James, you've been with me long enough. You should know better. I don't talk no bullshit with you guys. I let a lot of people talk a lot of stuff on the chat. But when you're talking about throwing at somebody's head because they had a home run off the pitcher or the team that you want to win, it's stupid.
Well, it's time for your high-speed hitting brought to you by Spectrum Mobile. Of course, it's Brian De La Cruz. Brian De La Cruz, and, well, they couldn't fit Brian De La Cruz in the 3rd spot, otherwise they would. Anderson takes inside 1-1. Brian Anderson, the league currently active. Brian Anderson, the major leagues, not counting broadcasters.
Like you get mad at a batter who's trying to actually hit.
One of the former players is also a broadcaster. That's right, left-hander.
James, it's been growing. I don't know what you've been doing. I mean, you subscribe to my channel. Why? Oh, that looks like a home run. Oh, that's a double. That's going to score a 4th run. He's going to score. Oh, 4-0 Marlins.
Brian Anderson drives a run with a double, and the Marlins keep adding on. It's 4-0 Miami.
Like, I don't understand, James. You've been with me for a while. Like, you subscribe to the channel. Did I put a gun to your head? No.
done so. Long would have had to stop at third, but it hit just under the orange line, stayed in play, and that enabled LeBron to score.
I mean, James, you seem like a Wardy fan, so let's see. Wardy, who had a Ranger channel, a hockey Ranger channel before a Mets channel, got the majority of his subscribers from the Rangers channel. He has a good channel. Nobody's saying he doesn't.
Trying to end on a good note. Lots of contact here by Anderson. That ball running up.
But James, if you say stuff on my channel, I don't block you. He does.
Maybe that's what kept it from bouncing out of play.
I can assure you, they block every Braves fan and every Dodger fan because he don't like backlash on his channel from any other fan base. James, that's fine. But you can listen to the Mets game anywhere, not just mine. Like, I just don't understand. Well, Lugo hasn't pitched well either. You know? Yes, good for him. But look how he got it, unless you don't want to look at history first. All right? He had a Ranger channel, and people told him to do a Mets channel. He had a lot of subscribers on the Rangers channel. Wait, James, no, he doesn't what? What, he don't block people? I mean, come on. Ricky, no. James is the one that's talking about my channel, but he's a subscriber, so I don't understand it. I just don't get it. I mean, listen, how about this? Download the Odyssey app, James. You can listen to the radio, and you can stream the Mets game. You don't have to be here. All right, so Lugo got out of the inning, giving up one run, though. So 4-0 Marlins. Johnny, you got a lot of positivity, buddy. Let's see if it happens. Listen, put it this way, all right? I wasn't the one that blocked on anybody on Twitter. Why do you think Woody blocked me on Twitter? We don't want to hear that, right? If we score a run, I'll celebrate, Ella. Yep, still 2-1 Mets going to the bottom of the ninth. 7, excuse me. All right. So the Mets are holding their end. The Nats are holding their end of the bargain at the moment. Bottom of the 7th. Well, Ricky, I don't know him, but he blocked me on Twitter because I don't know, because people like to go on his channel and say I talk about him when I don't, until people bring him up. I'm not gonna block Braves fans. Why should I block Braves fans? Look, Woody don't like criticism. We all know that. That's why he blocks everybody who criticizes him. That's why he has about 40 moderators, because he don't like criticism. Again, you're going to get straight me. You're not going to get no positive 100%, oh, Mets are lovely and great and beautiful. I'm not that type of person. Real baseball fans, real sports fans like to criticize their teams. If you can't criticize a team or take backlash from other teams, fans, then you have no fandom in you. You gotta take it. You gotta take it. And McNeil got a leadoff hit. All right, well, let's see if the Mets can do something, guys. Come on. Let's go.
out the other time.
Can the Mets actually come back? 92 pitches for Luzardo.
Luzardo.
Lefty on lefty, got the start today. 2 hits. Could have had 3. Hit a bolt to the
Put it this way, James. Go on Wardy's channel and ask him about talking Mets and Rob. He'll block you. Guaranteed. Well, Ricky, I don't know. I don't know him, so I don't know.
He does it like it's easy for him. Like he has the ball string.
I don't know what to tell you there.
Place it where he wants to.
Conversation at the mound as a lot of bullpen gets cranked. Luzardo's thrown 92 pitches. Will face Escobar. Meanwhile, the Braves did the score at the top of the 7th. They're down at the bottom of the 7th in DC.
Frank, let's hope so.
2-1.
Guys, hold on 1 second.
He went 6 innings, allowed just 2 hits today. Hunter Harvey pitched a scoreless 7th for the Nats. Escobar's popped up twice tonight. And he takes a strike. Congratulations to Aaron Judge, who just tied the American League record with his 61st home run of the season.
Yes, I am. I know, I saw it.
That was the way it was.
Yeah, I saw Judge got 61. Good for him. Tied Maris.
He didn't hit a home run from 60 to 61. He was on base like 60% of the time.
JL, not lately, buddy.
Why not? You walk him.
Yeah, right.
Oh, 2-run homer by Escobar. Here we go. Come back. There we go. Cut the lead in half, baby. Let's go. We're back. Come on, guys. Davin, listen, that's your opinion, buddy. Well, put it this way, right? Vogelback, listen. About that, he talks about it a lot with donations. He has it right on his page every time. So I don't ask people for donations if they don't want to give it. You want to give it? Fine. I appreciate it, but I'm not one of those people. So 4-2 Mets. 4-2 Marlins, excuse me. Escobar 2-run homer. Nobody out in the 7th. Let's go, baby. Come on. Let's go. Maybe this will get us started, guys. The only thing I ask for from you guys is likes. That's it. Only because that's how you expand the channel. You get the likes, it shows up on more recommendations on people's pages. That's it. So, Escobar, sorry, it's a commercial. Pitch and change. First pitch, boom. Escobar 2-run homer. We're back in the ball game. Mets actually show some life there. Let's see. Get it down. Let's go. Let's go. Omar, no. There's no reason to hit a player that hit a home run off of you. He didn't showboat. He ran around the bases, and that's it. I'm sorry. The kid's trying to stay in the majors on a bad team. If he doesn't perform well, he might be in the minors. And now he's not getting a major league paycheck. These guys need to try to stay up in the big leagues. You can't fault them for trying their best. Davin, I don't know. Go to his channel. I don't know. I have no idea. Sorry, guys. I'm not an expert in the channel. I'm expert. I work on my channel. Oh no, James. You didn't say no. I know, but there was a couple of people like I just don't. I think James, you can agree. Let's be honest. Cruz hit a home run. Why would you hit him in the head? I mean, not yeah. I don't get it. Like the kid's trying to stay in the big leagues. He hit a pitch right down the middle. Walker missed his spot. Oops. Too bad. It hurts the Mets, but the kid did a good job. He hit a bad pitch. Good for him. Like, come on. You know, how many years the Mets were out of it, and a couple of guys, like when Alonso in September 2019, should he not go for the home run record because the Mets are out of it? No. Excuse me. Let's go, guys. Here we go. Yeah, but Omar, that doesn't mean that the Marlins are not going to be playing. Like, the Nationals are beating the Braves, so the Nationals sit down and not play? I just don't get that. You know, like, all right, so Oscar Brozabon is pitching for the Marlins. Nobody out, 4-2 Marlins.
Mark Vientos swings and misses in his first cutter, 0-1. Only gave up a hit in his inning of work, scoreless. Got a good cutter and changeup. Does Brazilan.
Vientos is walked and grounded out. Eduardo Escobar now with 20 home runs. 8 of
See if Vientos can get on here. Nobody out in the bottom of the seventh.
RBIs for Escobar this month. And his 2-run homer gives the Mets life here in the seventh. Vientos tries to hold the swing and stomp it in time with the cutter, 1-1. Luis Guillorme up next, and then Tomas Nido. It's been held to 2 hits over 6 innings by Luzardo.
Right. Come on, Mark, let's go.
Singled on the first pitch of the inning, and then 3 pitches later, Escobar goes deep.
He does, Ken.
2-1. Showalter leading Vientos in against the right-hander. He's got Naquin.
Well, he's a wild pitcher, so you gotta be patient with this guy.
The fish.
Yeah, why would you hit the kid? It makes no sense. Ball 3. Okay. Come on. Good. I hope the Phillies lose every game here on out and miss the playoffs. Give it to the Brewers.
Who has certainly swung the bat better in his last couple of games in his first home run on Saturday in Oakland. They're going to the 8th in Washington. Still Nationals.
Top of the 8th.
Braves 1.
2-1 Nationals.
Both teams tied for first place, trailing. Both trying to rally late. And
Vientos takes strike 2.
Ball 4, but John Payne calls it back 3-2.
They're ready to swing the bat, even though that was a borderline pitch.
Davin, anybody can beat anybody. So honestly, who knows?
Brazilan, the 32-year-old rookie, deals 3-2. And the breaking ball flied out to right.
He missed that hanger.
2
1 out.
hangers, 1 out.
Well, James, I like back and forth conversation. Just because we don't agree doesn't mean we can't have a conversation, right? I think too many people get past that. If you don't have their opinion and you don't agree with them, they tend to block you or criticize you for what reason?
He was outstanding for 6.
No, Omar, you're wrong.
Guillorme was flied out and walked.
You don't hit a guy in the head for hitting a bad pitch at a pitcher thrown. It makes no sense.
Throwing 95 pitches over 6 innings plus 2 runs, 4 hits, 2 walks, 6 strikeouts, and a home run. Carl Edwards is coming in for the Nationals to start the 8th.
We'll see.
Trying to hang on to a 2-1 lead over Atlanta.
Well, Edgardo, according to Epler, if we didn't get Vogel back or Ruff, Vientos, they felt comfortable with Vientos being a DH. He's clearly not ready. That's the Mets' fault.
Does not yet announce his rotation for the series of Atlanta. He can go any way he wants with his 3 best pitchers. Because of the 2 off days this week. Scherzer pitched Sunday. He'd be going on regular rest Friday. Rom and Bassett would be pitching with extra rest.
Well, it was announced all over social media. I figured that was it.
No. Nothing has come from any official source. The Braves, I think they announced their rotation, right? Freed, Wright, and Warren. I mean, Brad Snicker did that as soon as he pushed Freed back from the start earlier this week.
has had a couple of iffy starts coming down the stretch. Wright has been outstanding. Morton has been breathing hard at the end here.
And that's a pop up. Should be 2 outs. And it is. Yeah, ever since he came back from that injury, he hasn't hit the same. Well, it looks nice now that Davis is hitting with the Giants, but Davis got opportunities here and didn't hit. So what are you going to do? He needed to change the scenery. All right, 2 outs. Nito up. Mets got 2 runs, cut the lead in half. Cut the deficit in half on an Escobar 2-run homer in the 7th.
The third is last time up, and Groshans, the rookie third baseman, made a terrific play, getting a force at second base.
Just missed down the line. Well, Joe, I don't think anybody expected otherwise.
Rosaban has come on and gotten the first 2 hitters on fly balls. And Nito takes one down. 2-1. Coming up on Gaggo Sports Night tonight after the post game, look ahead to the big series coming up this weekend in Atlanta. Jets, Knicks, everything else going on. Gaggo Sports Night tonight after the post game. Nito takes a rip of the changeup, and it's 2-2.
Contreras is a ball player. I like him. He's one of those grinders, right? Not the greatest player, but he grinds on the field. Good player. Steve, at least you cut the deficit in half. And the inning is over. 2 innings to go. The Mets cut the deficit in half. 2 more innings to go. See if the Nats can hold up on the Braves there. But we're going to the top of the 8th. Mets 2, Marlins 4. Once again, guys, don't forget to please hit on that like button. We're going to the top of the 8th. The Mets are trailing 4-2. Escobar hit a 2-run homer in the 7th to make it a little closer, but Mets had nobody out after that and did not get any more base runners and didn't get any more runs. So got 2 innings to go. Hopefully the bullpen can hold it to 4-2 and see if the Mets can have a comeback win here, which would be very, very, very nice. So once again, for the schedule, depending on what time these games are going to be playing on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I don't know what they're going to change time-wise, but I'm going to do my very best to stream all 3 Brave games, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, or whichever time. I'm going to see what it is, so we'll see. Well, Omar, guess what? They're idiots. Sorry. I mean, I'm sorry. Just looking to headhunt when you threw a bad pitch doesn't mean the kid can't hit it. So most likely everything is looking pretty good for the streams on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So the Nationals got the second out with the runner still on second. Lead off double for the Braves, so 2 outs in the 8th. So see if the Nats can get out of that and maybe try to put another run on the board or 2. They're still planning on playing the games in Atlanta, though. The weather's looking a little bit better. Saturday still seems like a washout. But we'll see. So we'll see about the times, but I'll do my best to stream those games, all three of those games, depending on the times of the games, if they change.
He's got some other pitches that feel really good this year. His sinker, notably, has been really, really good. And last year, he said that was different. His four-seamer was the one he was relying on more, felt good about. But those two pitches have switched this season. He said for some reason the four-seamer last year had rise and cut to it. This year appears much straighter, doesn't have as much rise. Whereas that two-seamer, that sinker, is moving down and to the right. And the one thing about Ottavino is that he's a really thoughtful pitcher. And he kind of simplified things. I thought it was interesting this way, saying sometimes pitching is just about recognizing a trend and going with it, not trying to fight it.
Well, James, that'd be nice. Ottavino's in the game, top of the 8, 4-2 Marlins.
Not going to worry about trying to change that, just going to go with that trend and utilize that pitch.
Brian De La Cruz, first man to face him, has a single, double, and home run tonight. The Marlins are the only franchise that has never had a cycle in their history. De La Cruz had his only 4-hit game on Sunday against Washington, and his last hit was a double that he thought about stretching into a triple, but he didn't. Today, you probably think differently. 0-2 coming. And the slider misses upstairs, 1-2. Cruz has 2 triples in his career. Mets have already given up a cycle this year in Anaheim to Jared Walsh.
Of course the Mets blew it. We should all know that.
The slider just stayed inside.
Garcia threw the made an error.
Ottavino pitched Sunday against the A's, worked a 1-2-3 inning with a couple of strikeouts.
Yeah, but James, when do you see Braves, Dodgers, Yankee fans on his channel? Because he blocks them. That's why.
2-2 coming.
Strike 3.
Slider caught the outside corner to the satisfaction of John Tumpane, who didn't give the inside corner on
Well,
previous
bad
pitch.
teams make errors, man. That's how it goes. 2-2 Braves. Nats in the 8th.
Tumpane has been punching him out, not always correctly.
It's kind of entertaining. Strike 3 call.
Maybe he just wants to fire that out
It's a
there.
very nice crossfire. It's Tanner Scott, the lefty, up in the Marlins bullpen. So 1 out and nobody on now. Day, who delivered the 4th Miami run with a sacrifice fly. And he takes the first pitch slider for a strike. Now the Braves have just tied up the Nationals 2-2 as they play in the top of the 8th. Michael Harris, infield hit and a throwing error by Luis Garcia, bringing in the lead run. Just a little high. 1. So that is now 2-2.
And of course, nobody gets the ball for 61.
Contreras let off the double. Edwards got the next 2 outs, got ahead on Harris, but then the infield hit and an error to tie the game. Checks the swing. This is low and inside 2-1. Jacob Stallings, the on deck batter.
Jay, I don't know if anything happened more than the fact that the Nationals defense kind of screwed it up there. So, but one thing, JL, you got to put the ball in play. Let the fielders make the play. A lot of times they make mistakes.
Toward the last week of the season, the key stalwarts in our crew are working their last game of the season today. I want to thank Ryan, our tech manager, who you have to watch the tech managers in action to understand the 1,000 different things that they have to do over the course of the day. It never stops moving. It's just amazing.
That's why they've been so good, JL. For sure.
And his cohort, we would never be on the air. So thanks, Ed, for keeping everything together. 2-2 today, back with a new bat.
And he strikes him out. 2 outs.
Ottavino with back-to-back strikeouts to start the 8th, 2 out. And thanks also to Kathy Knauer, who was our graphics operator. She sits next to Tommy Rockwell gets all the graphics up on the screen, and in addition to her great work, she also brought in awesome coffee cake today.
I know. We have not had it yet. I think in between these innings, Gary, you and I will have a little bite.
You haven't had it. I'm telling you.
Oh, you've had it?
Oh, yeah.
I haven't had it.
Outstanding.
It's so nice.
I understand there were brownies too, but I didn't see the brownies. But thank you to Kathy for all that you do. It's Jacob Stallings. And he flares one into shallow right center. Coming on is McNeil.
All right, so 1, 2, 3 in for Ottavino. Mets are coming up in the bottom of the 8th, trailing by 2. Gotta see what is gonna go on, guys. Let's see if the Mets can come back in this ball game or go down rather softly. We shall see. I believe Nito got the last out, so I think it's top of the order for the Mets. 1, 2, 3. See if the Mets can get anything going here. They didn't really get much besides the Escobar home run. Omar, no, not at all. Well, it is what it is, guys. It is what it is. What are you going to do? Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. 7 games to go. We shall see what happens, guys. Top of the order for the Mets. Maybe they'll come alive a little bit. Maybe they won't. Well, no Lugo, no May, but you also have to replace them too. So, both the free agents. So, you got to replace them. I think people tend to forget the fact that, no Lugo, no May. Well, you might replace him with somebody that is even worse. So, that's how it seems to go. So just waiting for the Mets Marlins come back, going to the bottom of the 8th. The Mets have the top of the order up. I believe it's the top of the order. Yes, top of the order for the Mets. So this is the opportunity here. You got the big boys up. Get it done. Very simple. No excuses. No, there's no Marte bullcrap. Nimmo's your centerpiece. Lindor's your centerpiece. Alonso's your centerpiece. Get it done. That's the way I see it. If there's any excuses, I don't want to hear it. For either team. No, Omar, they wouldn't. Utley's not Cruz. Utley is a whole another ball game. Cruz got a home run. Olsen struck out, so going to the bottom of the 8th. 2-2, going to the bottom of the 8th.
Big shade. He has that haircut for a couple of years. That look. That was like the Caesar look.
Tanner Scott into pitch the bottom of the 8th. Brandon Nimmo takes one.
I don't care how you set up the lineup. Nobody's hitting. So you're batting Alonso 4th, 3rd, 2nd, 5th. Doesn't matter. If you're not hitting, you're not hitting. Alonso struck out 3 times. Is it because he's batting 2nd? Probably would have struck out if he was batting 4th.
Sometimes he doesn't find his own.
Another lefty in the bullpen for the Marlins. Oh, where is that pitch? That's a ball. Well, helped us, but that should have been a strike.
It's just changed. You want that ability to stay the same all game long.
Ball 3. All right.
This is not a guy you want on the mound if you've got Nimmo at the plate, because he's just not going to help you out.
All right, 3-1 to Nimmo. This guy's looking a little wild right now. Scott is looking a little wild. Will Nimmo take a pitch? Ball through. All right, leadoff walk. Here we go. Can't ask for anything more than that in the leadoff guy. Come on. Pete Alonso coming up. Struck out 3 times tonight. Pete Alonso's got to stay within himself. Don't overswing. Everybody wants a home run, but a ball in the gap is just as nice as well, too. Right? Keep the merry-go-round.
You just see this though, Gary, don't you? Against the Mets late in games, if they go to a left-hander, invariably teams do.
He has homered in each of his last 3 games.
Got to be patient, and this guy's wild.
Right now, 40 home runs for the season. And Pete flies
All right, that was a
off the right side. That'll go out of play.
pitch that he could have laid off. Broke his bat.
The Braves got just the 1 run at the top of the 8th. They go to the bottom of the 8th.
Johnny, I don't know if he's overdue. He hit a 3-run homer yesterday.
That's the Braves with a flat-footed tie. The National League East lead. 6 games to go after tonight.
Alonso's got to be patient.
Yeah, he's saying he's got a little ride on his fastball. Put some pump on it.
Stallings out to the mound for a conversation with his pitcher. Birdie in as well.
I'm sure Walt had an interesting thing to talk about today. When you're facing a pitcher who walks so many hitters,
Johnny,
you
yes.
think you'd be able to take and then hit, but it's just the opposite. You could have always be ready to hit and then have the ability to take. Makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
Yep.
Can't be passive.
Alonso's just got to say a level swing here. Get on base. Good eye, good eye.
Ball and strike. Francisco Lindor on deck. These are the hitters the Mets want to have up in a crucial spot at a crucial time of year.
She's a believer.
Like Shrek. And he
No,
checks the swing,
no.
and he stops
Didn't
the
go.
time.
All right.
2-1. Marvin Hudson with the call.
Jeff Brigman warming up in the bullpen.
In the Marlins bullpen.
Come on, Pete. Base it.
Now Scott walked Nimmo leading off. Now he's 2-1 on Alonso.
Oh, that was the pitch right there. He missed it.
Fastball in the middle of the plate. It's 2-2.
That was the pitch. He pulled off on it. That's a pitch he's got to take the other way on the outside corner.
You know, he will be the first to tell you he's at his best when he doesn't overswing, and he overswung.
Yeah, you can tell because he loses his balance.
That was the pitch right there to hit.
What he tries to do is hit line drives, and he's so strong to go around the ballpark. That's when he's at his best, and he has been at his best. 2-2.
Woo! Been calling that strike all night. 3-2.
That's 2 breaking balls that the Marlins thought they should have got from Tumpain. Inside one to Nimmo, and that one there Alonso. And Mattingly thinks it's a strike too.
Looking over it Mattingly after
I agree with Madeline. He's been calling that strike the whole night.
was perturbed in some
Well,
way.
Alonso's got to stay within himself there. Look for
3-2,
protect the plate.
Nimmo at first.
4-4. Good at bat by Alonso. All right, first and second, nobody out. Lindor's up. Come on.
Francisco Lindor coming up. Tanner Scott, this is what he does. Got a great arm, but he walks people. Well, Stoudemire Jr.
All right, pitching coach coming out.
Go out to talk to him before he faces Lindor with the tying runs on base.
Stoudemire is taking his time. He usually runs out to speak to his pitcher, but he's taking his time because he wants Brigham to get some extra throws in the bullpen.
He also wants to talk to.
He's going to say something to Tumpain.
Diaz is warming up in the bullpen.
You know, when Walker was
Obviously, he'll probably be in the game either way.
out there quickly, which he's doing now again. I'm giving a lot of time, this is a big part of the game. You'd like to give whoever's out there in the mound a little extra time to say what they want to say.
Now Tom Payne arrives, and Bill Jr. having a earful for him. Tom Payne shaking his head. Bill said his piece.
Tom Payne's had an eventful 2 days.
All right, big spot for Frankie here. First and second, nobody out. Mets down by 2 in the bottom of the 8th. Like I said, base it. Keep it going. Going to the top of the 9th in Washington. First pitch swinging. Why would you do that? Oh, that's not what you want to do. The guy just walked. Two batters in a row. Why are you swinging? Why? Two pitchers, 2 at-bats in a row you walked. You can't do that. I don't like that at-bat at all.
Circumstance to expect a first pitch fastball, but he didn't get one. And he flat out on the slider. That was the Mets' first hit back
1 out.
all night with a runner in scoring position.
Come on, Mark.
Second with Canna. It's 0 for 3, grounded out twice and struck out.
He was clearly going for that
Second,
game.
Alonso the time run at first with 1 out.
It doesn't matter. The guy is wild. You don't swing at the first pitch. Sorry. Not when he walked the first 2 batters of the inning. You let him throw a strike.
McNeil has already got 2 hits tonight on deck. They've gone to the 9th in DC.
All right, Mark, come on.
Braves and Nationals 2-2. And the race.
Good eye, good eye.
Off the slider.
2-0. See? This guy's wild. There's no reason to swing. Let him throw a strike first.
Scott.
Alonso had one. Now Canna. 3 infielders on the left side. Lots of room on the right for Canna. Two and out of Mark.
Ball 3.
3-0.
God damn it.
Jeff McNeil moving on deck.
This guy can't throw strikes. You have to know that as a batter. You have to know that.
Do you give Canna a green light against the left?
No.
You can't give a green light against a guy that could throw in 5 feet wide of the
Got to be smarter than that. The guy is not throwing strikes.
But you got to trust your player.
Let him throw a strike.
3-0.
There you go.
First strike, 3-1. Marcus had 12 home runs this year. 6 of 12.
All right.
Against left-handers.
4-2 Marlins. 1 out in the bottom of the 8th. First and second, Mark Hanna up on a 3-1 count.
Tanner Scott has already walked 2 in the inning.
It could be the strangest of circumstances as he's having trouble with his pitch count. If he walks Canna, you might take a left-hander out to bring a right-hander in to face McNeil.
Well, it doesn't matter either way. Three one coming to Canna. And Mark takes a slider for a strike. 3-2. Good pitch.
That was a good pitch. Oh, Blyer's up.
I missed that.
They have Brigham. Brigham now just wandering over to the other bullpen mound, so he's going to get back going.
All right, full count.
Scott's worked his way back from 3-0 to 3-2. And Canna just making at least one.
That was a good pitch.
On that slider.
It might have been a ball, but that was a nasty pitch right there. Have to protect the plate there.
Scott has been for this year. Good for Mo Showalter during the latter stages of Buck's tenure there, so he knows him well.
Hold on, Mark.
Nimmo at second, Alonso at first with one out. 3-2 coming.
Ball four. Good at bat. Bases loaded. One out for Jeff McNeil. Here we go.
And Jeff McNeil will come up with the tying run in scoring position.
All right, here we go. Very interesting. Very interesting. All right, so Blyers is coming in to face Jeff McNeil, the guy who had 3 balks yesterday, questionable balks. So bases loaded, 1 out. Jeff McNeil coming up with Blyer coming into the game, another lefty. We shall see, buddy. Oh boy, oh boy. Well, Mets love to make it interesting. We shall see, Ken. We shall see. And you know what's funny? The umpire that called the 3 balks is now the home plate umpire tonight. So I wonder what if he calls another balk. I'm sorry. Something's up. I'm sorry. So Blyers coming into the game, bases loaded, 1 out with Jeff McNeil at the plate. Jeff loves to swing at first pitches in these situations. We'll see, right? Again, got to get base hits here. Base hits count. Well, Nick, it depends on if they're playing the shifts, you know? Even with the bases loaded, they play shifts, so who knows? But bases loaded, 1 out, Jeff McNeil up. Can't ask for any better situation than this, right? Except the Mets being up. So the Braves didn't score. They go into the bottom of the 9th and now have a chance to walk it off against the Braves. Can they do it? And the Mets are looking to at least tie the game here or at least get closer. You know, no matter what, Diaz is coming into the game. So Nats have the opportunity to walk it off. Mets have the opportunity to come tie the game or go ahead against the Marlins in the bottom of the 8th. Both games coming down to the wire. Here we go, guys.
Tonight, Richard Blyer came in, retired the first 2 batters, gave up a hit to Jeff McNeil, and then John Payne, who tonight is the home plate umpire, is just talking to Blyer there.
That would be crazy. We'll see. Again, the first one he balked. He never set. The other 2, I don't think he balked. All right, here we go, guys. Bottom of the 8th. 1 out. Down by 2. Jeff McNeil up.
Is that he has a wandering glove. Once he gets it set, it kind of wanders a couple of inches before he goes to the
Here we go. Base hit could tie the game here. Pete Alonso on second base.
But here's McNeil with the bases loaded. Now the Mets down 4-2.
I mean, can you imagine Blyer? What he's got to be going through, he's got to shut it out of his mind and go,
come on, Jeff.
Listen,
base hit here.
Hold that glove as still as I can before I deliver.
McNeil 2 for 3 tonight. First pitch swinging, floats one into shallow center. Back goes Birdie.
First pitch swinging, Ken. We said it.
So for the
first pitch swinging.
Lindor and now McNeil.
I don't get it.
After a first pitch in an RBI situation. And hit a soft
first
fly
pitch
ball.
swinging.
And now the Mets are in danger of
I don't know.
pass.
I don't get the logic.
They have the bases loaded now with 2 down. And Eduardo Escobar, who got them on the board with a 2.
All right, Escobar's up.
Will come to bat again as a right-hand batter.
First pitch swinging. I just don't get it in that spot. I just don't get it. Lindor and McNeil. I don't get it.
Recently hit his first career grand slam. He bats here with the
Come on,
bases
come on,
loaded,
Eddie.
2
Let's
out.
go.
He takes a fastball for a strike from Blyer, 0-1.
Blyer, by the way, is doing the same exact thing he did last night. He hasn't changed a bit.
First base
Come on, Eddie. 2 outs. Bottom of the 8th, 4-2 Marlins. Bases loaded.
Against the left-hand pitcher for not stopping.
It is, Nick. Yep. I don't get
Crowd's yelling for
the crowd's yelling balk.
That's funny, getting at the spirit of it.
forever. Blyer here.
Escobar 0 for 6 against Blyer in his career. And Blyer, that's what I'm
Yeah, base hit. Come on, Pete, run. Run.
Scores. Here comes Alonso. Anderson threw it.
Tie game, baby. Yes.
Tied.
That's what I'm talking about.
Comes through again. A two-run
That's what I'm
single
talking
gets
about.
even, and it's 4-4
Big hit.
of the eighth.
Clutch, baby. Clutch. Escobar. Woo. That's all it took was a base hit. Tie game.
Well, we've been talking about approach. The last couple
Escobar
of days,
has
the
been
Red Centers
a great,
doesn't get any better than
great
this.
in this. And guess what? They're playing the shift. What did I say about the shift? If you play straight up, it's an easy out to second base. And you know what? Good running by Alonso there, because
You have the big arm of Anderson. Let's off fly.
good job.
Canada went to third on the play, so that's where the go-ahead
All right.
resides with 2 out.
Vientos is up
A chance for Mark
to
Vientos to get
give the Mets the lead here. Come on, Mark.
Vientos is 0 for 2 and a walk. And Mark takes
Ball
away
one.
ball
All right.
one.
Come on.
Needed that.
That's we're down 4-0 in this game.
That was big, guys. That was big. But it means nothing if you don't win the game. Come on, Mark. Base hit. Ooh, easy there, kid. Easy.
We're at the bottom of the ninth in Washington. Nats trying to win it in walk-off fashion. Facing Kenley Jansen, tied 2-2.
Come on, kid. Base hit.
Tie game in Washington. Tie game at Citi Field. 1-1.
Nice pitch.
Strike.
Nice pitch.
1-2.
I'm not going to run in that situation. Tough. Because if they throw and you get them out, you run yourself out of the inning now. Come on, Mark. Base hit here. Diaz will be coming in the ball game in the top of the ninth, no matter if it's tied or ahead. All right, stay alive. Good at bat. Good at bat.
Escobar in September has just cranked it out. Diaz ready to rock. That's hoping to get him a lead. Canada at third. 1-2 to Vientos.
Stayed alive. Good at. Nice. Good piece of hit in there. Staying alive was a nasty pitch.
By the youngster, fouling that pitch off. Nasty pitch from Blyer.
Well, the Braves fans are coming in. You don't trust your Braves to beat the Nats?
I was thinking that if they got 2 strikes on Vientos, they might play one of those leave early. You stop halfway.
Come on, Mark.
You get a block if nothing else. There he goes. Swung and
Ah.
missed it. Vientos down on
All
the
right.
strike.
We tied it on an Escobar 2 RBI single going to the top of the ninth. Diaz is coming in to hold the tie to see if the Mets can win it in the bottom of the ninth. Huge hit by Escobar, who's been our best hitter in September for sure. Yeah, I mean he's been bad almost the entire year. Late August into September, he's been absolutely amazing. I think what did they show? 30 for 59 or something like that. So we're going to the top of the ninth. Mets tied the game. The Nationals have 2 outs in the bottom of the ninth. Both games are tied, guys. Both games are tied. And, of course, the Braves and the Mets should beat the Marlins and the Nationals, yet they're struggling to win the game. I don't get it. Oh, Hector, we'll see, buddy. We'll see. James, I don't know about that. Well, lover boy, you know what that's called? Bad umpiring. I can assure you at least 3 calls in the game happened in the Nationals and the Braves series as well. So the Mets also still had to get hit as well, right? So Diaz coming in the ninth to keep the tie game. Braves are looking to take it to the 10th. Both are tied. Both are tied in the standings. And both are struggling to beat a bad team. It's baseball, guys. I just don't get it. All right, so Diaz is in. Well, Cody, I don't know if that much helps it because the Mets win the season series if that's the case. You better sweep the Mets, I'll tell you that.
Game tied in the ninth inning. Last 5 appearances.
All right, guys, so Nationals didn't score in the bottom of the ninth, going to the top of the 10th.
Jordan Groshans will be the first man to face him. Groshans 0 for 3 tonight. And he takes the first slider outside for ball one. They with Diaz on deck and then John Murray.
Yeah, Jay, I agree with you with that.
And then Escobar tied it with his bases loaded hit. Fastball strike 1-1. In the month of September, Pete Alonso leads the National League of RBIs with 26, and Eduardo Escobar is second with 23.
Nice slider.
And it's 1-2 to Groshans.
Well, he pitched yesterday.
Keep plowing ahead, keep working hard, just trying to get his swing back, and for it to all come back in September, it's truly something.
The payoff, yeah, for staying hard at work. 1-2. Inside with the slide 2-2. They're going to the 10th inning in Washington. Braves and Nats still tied 2-2. And hoping for help. More importantly, trying to help themselves. Two coming. Struck him out.
1 out. Nice pitch.
Slider from Diaz to get Groshans for the first out. That's 14 strikeouts for Ben.
Well, Bendall, it's scoreboard watching at its finest, right, guys?
How nasty the stuff is. It's not only the placements, it's the swings it produces from big league hitters.
Strikeout numbers are just.
Cody, who are the Mariners? It's all good, Cody. It's all good. You cheer for your team. I can't kill you on that.
Diaz takes a strike. Diaz is struck out, sent to the fly out. Let's put the shift on against Diaz. Nito sets up away.
Strike 2. 2 quick strikes from Diaz. Diaz to Diaz.
2 coming.
Oh, kind of 55 foot of that slider. Nick, I appreciate the super sticker, buddy. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, buddy. Excuse me. 1 out, top of the ninth, tie game. Diaz in the game. That was a good piece of hitting by Diaz to follow up that slider. That was a nasty slider. Well, Mr. X, he hasn't pitched a lot, so him to be a little rusty, I'm not surprised. Just got it off the end of the bat. Strikes him out. 2 outs.
Diaz, fans, Diaz. 2 out.
Hey, the best closer in the game, the best starter in the game, anybody can have a bad night. Everybody can have a great night. So, look, we don't watch baseball because it's predictable, right? All right, 2 outs.
has already struck out 3 times today. That's a 20 strikeout game on the last homestand.
Come on, Edwin. John Brady's going to be a tough out.
Brady takes a fastball strike at 99 miles an hour, 0-1. So called Birdie in check so far in this series, 0 for 9.
These extra innings with man on second, I freaking hate them. He went 2 strikes. Come on, Edwin, let's go.
To the Birdie.
Got him. Yes. Going to the bottom of the 9th. Mets look to walk it off after looking lifeless in the first 7 innings. But Mets come back, tie the game. Mets have the opportunity to win it in the 9th. Here we go. Oh, boy. All right, 6 strikeouts and 2 innings, Ken. It's amazing how good he's been. Again, nobody knows what he's going to do in the playoffs, but he's been good all season. It's been amazing, actually. So if you're just tuning in, the Braves and Nationals are in the top of the 10, 2-2. Mets going to the bottom of the 9th, tied it in the bottom of the 8th, tying it 4-4. Mets are going to the bottom of the 9th and have the chance to win it. And let's see what the Mets can do in the bottom of the 9th. Here we go. Yeah, Joe, I was about to say, wait a second. How did the Nats get up so quickly in the 10th? Well, come on, Nats, right? You know, it's nerve-wracking. It's exciting. It's stressful. But that's why we watch, right? Yeah, Christian, can't be any better than that. Tied. It's crazy. Absolutely amazing. Ricky, it's possible. I don't know. Well, maybe. We'll see. We'll see what they do. Yeah, the NL East is no joke. Seriously, it's been an outstanding division, especially with the Mets and the Braves this year. And the Phillies came on late. They struggled a little bit, but they came on late as well. All right, Braves still got a man on third, but 2 outs. All right, here we go. Bottom of the 9th. Mets are up.
Coming down to the bottom of the 9th. Mets and Marlins tie 4-4.
Luis Guillorme is hitting.
Comes in to make just his 11th big league appearance. Luis Guillorme leading off.
Nardi Cummins is the lefty for the Marlins.
You saw him in Miami. I believe he came into a game and then surrendered Grand Slam home run.
It really is right wing.
They give up home runs to Canna and Lindor.
Maybe Canna's Grand Slam home run is first.
Fastball strike to Guillorme.
2 good games. It's crazy.
Games this year, 22 and 37.
I don't know, Ken, but smart moves, man. They got so many lefties.
Guillorme's 0 for 2 and a walk tonight. And he takes a strike with a slider. 1-2. Lost Nito on deck. Look to get Guillorme on. Have Nito punt him over. You got Nimmo and Alonso behind him. Nardi ahead the 1. Guillorme 1-2.
Ground ball. Should be an easy out. 1 out.
He'll take it to the back for the first out. Triangle precision play of the game. Mets down for the 2 in the 8th. Bases loaded 2 out, and Escobar finds a hole.
The only thing of beauty, wasn't it, Gary?
going the other way, but it was still up in the air whether he could score because of the great arm of Anderson.
The throw is offline. Escobar with 4 RBIs tonight, single-handedly bringing the Mets down from 4-0.
All right, Tomas Nido. All right, Braves didn't score, guys. The Nationals have a golden opportunity with the ghost runner to win the ball game and possibly give the Mets the opportunity to have a 1-game lead in the NL East. But both games are not over yet.
Kyle Finnegan just got out of the top of the 10th without allowing the free runner to score, and so the Nats with a chance to come up in the bottom.
Nats can win it in the bottom of the ninth, bottom of the 10th with the ghost runner. 1 out, bottom of the ninth, tie game. Nido up.
And he swings through a fastball at 96 from Nardi, and it's 0-2. 24-year-old Andrew Nardi.
Well, the Mets used their big guns already, right? Juice, Smith, or May. Which one are you going to choose, you know? What are you going to do? Ottavino, Lugo, Diaz are all done. And Nido hits one. Oh. Oh, you almost had it. Oh, this close. 1 out double. Oh, man. Another 5 feet that's over the fence. This close. Damn it. Tomas freaking Nido. He thought he had it. He thought he had it the way he dropped his bat. He thought he had it. Oh, 5 feet. 5 feet. Yeah, Gore's going to come into the game now.
This is a much better decision. Now you have a guy who could steal third if he wanted to.
That's the question.
All right, Gore is pinch running. Are you going to steal third base or just leave him on second and just get the base hit? Come on. Come on. God, 5 more feet up. Game over.
I would not steal here.
Don't steal. A base hit's going to score him.
Opportunity for Stallings and the free run to make that.
I wouldn't steal, Ken.
Stallings is one of the best throwers.
A base hit's going to win the game.
A veteran that will know how to get the ball where he needs to go. They'll have to do a good job of holding Gore close. But the great thing about having Gore up, any base hit he scores easily. But I would not steal third, no.
Dylan Cruz and Anderson talking in the outfield about how to handle.
Come on, Brandon.
Here. Because remember, if you have a fly ball deep enough, Gore's a threat to score from second base.
You're right about that. This is the reason why you have this lineup. You have Nimmo and you have Alonso with Gore on second. The chance to win it. I like.
Here we go. Man on second, 1 out. Brennan Nimmo up. Gore is the pinch runner for Nido. Base should score Gore. Come on, Brandon. Ooh, almost got crushed up there.
Remember all the base hits that Nimmo has had against left-handed pitching all season long.
What a hit for Nido. Bangling off the center field fence.
Continues his torrid.
There you go, Johnny. Come on, Brandon, base it.
4-4 last of the ninth. Or a short lead at second. And Nimmo lays off another slider, and it's 2-0. Well, you're not going to pitch around Nimmo to get to Alonso. So Nardi really needs to throw a strike.
And Nimmo really has to have that in his thinking, Gary. He's got to know that if you're Nardi, you have to throw a fastball. You have to throw it for a strike.
WW, you should worry about beating the Nats first.
We're having Alonso's second of the order could pay off. 2-0 to Nimmo.
Ball 3. All right. Well, here we go.
The other factor, the inability to throw a strike.
I don't think that's a bad idea though. Pete Alonso is a double play threat. You get the force out of any base as well. So
Doing here is you're forcing a pitcher to go after Nimmo, so they can intentionally walk Alonso, but it's not working out for Nardi so far. 3-0 coming.
Ball 4.
Ball 4.
All right.
Huge walk to fill an empty base. You almost never say that, but in this circumstance now,
Will they walk him for the bases loaded?
to Pete Alonso with the winning run at second.
Or you could do what John Snyder did the other night with Aaron Judge is you could walk Pete.
All right, another pitching change.
That would be third.
Would you do it with one out, though? Push that winning run to third?
I mean, what place are you now?
Well, it looks as though what they're going to do is maybe play a 5-man infield.
Jeff Brigham is coming into the game for the Marlins. Here we go. First and third, one out for the Nats. Sack fly can win the ball game for the Nationals, or a base hit. Oh boy. It's first and third, nobody out. They challenged it, but they lost the challenge. So first and third, nobody out. Golden opportunity for the Nationals to win the ball game here. And golden opportunity for the Mets to win the ball game here. Oh boy. What the hell, guys? Talk about two teams that can take advantage of a team. They lost the challenge, WW. Stay up to date, buddy. Here we go. Here we go. They're out challenging the call now? Well, game day is wrong. Because they said they lost the challenge already. Well, bad job by game day because I'm reading it right here. Robos hit sacrifice bunt, throwing error. Jackson Stevens call at first. The call at the plate on the field is safe. So I have no idea. MLG game day already wrote it up. Runners out. Okay. Okay. So it would be guy on third with one out, right? That's what it is? Okay. Oh, game day screwed up because I'm reading what they were saying. WW, my fault, buddy, because I was reading it from game day. All right, so first and second, one out. Alonso up. Double steal, I wouldn't do that. Basic can win the game. WW, that's on me, buddy.
Forcing the Marlins to go after Alonso here.
I was reading game day, and I didn't look at the live action. On me.
Second base. Meanwhile, in Washington, the Nats have a runner at third with one out of the bottom of the 10th. And the Nats hoping the Nats can come through and beat the Braves.
Yeah, Ken already. I know. Shocking. Again, Alonso's a double play threat. We all know it. I'm not going to steal. Not going to steal.
Including 3 walk-off home runs. He had one this year earlier against the Cardinals. Wouldn't take much of a base hit to get the winning run home in this spot with Terrence Gore, the pinch runner at second base.
Be interesting to see, even though Pete's been so hot with home runs and 3 consecutive games, as he takes something out of the Escobar book.
Well, the outfield's going to play fairly shallow, but any hit to the outfield, it's hard to envision anybody throwing out Terrence Gore.
All right, Pete, come on. Base hit here.
3 infielders on the left side. Gore is second, Nimmo at first with one out.
You can't play this shallow with one out. You got to be back. On a fly ball, you make the catch, so Gore goes to third. You can't play. You play this shallow if you have the bases loaded. You play this shallow if there's 2 outs. The runners in score position.
But I think they feel as though they have to play this shallow to give them a chance to throw out a runner at the plate with Gore's speed.
I would not play it that way.
I don't disagree with you. I just think that has to be their reasoning.
Well, too.
I'm going to throw Gore out at the plate. I don't care how shallow you play. So you play in a regular position. If Pete hits a fly ball, it's 2 outs. Gore on third, Nimmo on first.
Meanwhile, Brigham has thrown 2 well out of the strike zone. So after Darty walked,
Pete's got to be very patient here.
Brigham behind on Alonso 2-0, and he got Lindor.
Got to be very patient here.
2-0 coming from Brigham. And Alonso takes
Nice
a slider for a
pitch.
strike.
He throws a slider on 2-0. Wow.
That being said, Brian Anderson in right field, if he caught a scorcher, one hopper might have a chance.
I mean, one thing, Gore is not getting a big lead off second base because they've got LeBlanc playing right behind him. 2-1 to Alonso. And Pete takes a rip and comes up empty. Brigham
Nice pitch. Up and in.
Alonso couldn't hit
He did overswing there for sure. I don't know. The umpire's been calling that a strike, but it could have been a ball for sure.
If they hit a fly ball, a long fly ball, that would be an easy catch. You're giving them the game.
Which is basically how Nito got his double. Because they let him lose with playing so shallow.
But this is against 40 homers.
WW, I don't know why history means anything, honestly.
2-2 to Alonso.
Ball three.
And now a full count to Pete. A walk would push the winning run to third, and then they'd have to play the outfield in. With Lindor up next.
Maybe they were doing it ahead of time.
Just saving some travel costs.
Saving a step?
Yeah. Gore carrying the winning run at second. 3-2 Alonso. And Pete chases a slider for strike 3.
Not the pitch you want to swing at, buddy.
Alonso
Jesus Lord.
Strikes out for the 4th time tonight. And
Yikes.
That's the second out of the inning.
Way too aggressive.
Boy, that slider started in the middle of the plate, had a big sweep to it. Gutsy pitch by Brigham. He couldn't get him in the strike zone.
So now it's left to Lindor with 2 on and 2 out. Last of the ninth in a 4-4 game.
All right, Lindor, bad at bat his last time up. See if he can make a difference here.
Now another chance at the bottom of the ninth. And he takes first pitch slider for a strike, 0-1.
Still incredibly shallow all around the outfield.
Really is remarkable. You almost never see this except in a runner at third.
Pete in the slider, absolutely. Come on, Frankie.
The Paul Blair defense.
Lindor can make up for that bad at bat he had last time up.
Oh,
0-2.
Fouled it back, and it's 0-2.
Exactly, Ken. Exactly.
Looks like Drew Smith will pitch the 10th if it goes that far. After Diaz struck out the side of the
2 outs now, second and third. The Nationals in the 10th. Come on, Frankie.
Now Brigham ahead of the count on Lindor 0-2. And Francisco
Ball 1.
pitches high, 1 ball, 2 strikes. They're down 4-0. They scored 2 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th, all 4 driven in by Escobar. And now looking to somebody else to play the hero in the 9th. And that somebody is Lindor, who's hit in 13 straight games. One, 2 coming.
Ball 2.
Sills high. 2-2.
What games? These games are such nerve-wracking, man. Both teams.
2 out, 2 on, 2-2 to Lindor. And Francisco
Pops it up. Freaking Christ.
On the outfield grass, leaps right for LeBlanc, who makes the catch.
Jesus Lord. Well, 10th inning for both teams. And Mets didn't score. Go figure. Oh, God almighty. What can you do, guys? What can you do? Does anybody want this division? Well, going to the top of the 10th. Ghost runners, ghost runners, ghost runners. The dumbest rule in all of baseball. What are you going to do? Right? What are you going to do? Well, go to the top of the 10th. Still 4-4. Ghost runners coming up. Amazing, guys. Absolutely amazing. Excuse me. So the Braves are in the bottom of the 10th, 2 outs, second and third for the Nationals. Could win it with a hit. And the Nationals win. Base hit, C.J. Abrams. Nationals beat the Braves 3-2. Mets got lucky there, guys. The Braves couldn't sweep the Nationals. Nationals beat the Braves 3-2 in the bottom of the 10th. Mets have a golden opportunity to get that one game lead back today if they win. But no worse than being tied going to Atlanta. The Braves did their job. The Nationals did their job. The Mets have not yet. We shall see. Top of the 10th. Mets. Marlins. Tied at 4. Ghost Runner, here you go. See you Friday, buddy.
And the Nationals defeat the Braves in 10
Well,
innings
the
to
Nationals
2.
once again
So the Mets now
help the
go into
Mets
10th
again.
inning.
Here we go.
Win
Come on.
to take a 1-game lead over the Braves
Come on, Drew.
in the National League East with 6
Guys,
games
I'll be
to go
right
after
back.
tonight.
Drew Smith in his first real big game since coming off the injured list, and an interesting start. The runner on second base is John Birdie.
Birdie, the league's leading base stealer, 37 steals this year. Charles LeBlanc at the plate. Alonso's going to shorten up at first base, expecting maybe a bunt. LeBlanc's been on base 3 times tonight with a double and 2 walks, and Smith will pay some attention to Birdie.
If you're the away team, you don't bunt here. You're trying to play for 2.
Ryan Anderson and Nick Fortes to follow after LeBlanc. And Smith again takes a look at Birdie.
Something for 9, Birdie. Stealing third base.
Drew pitched an inning in Oakland on Sunday. His last time out, no runs, 1 hit. And his first liner's on the corner to LeBlanc, 0-1. That's 9-2 in extra inning games this year. Feels like it's been a long time since he played.
Runner on second, Mets outfield defense, where they usually play, with no outs.
Well, see if Juice Mick can do the job.
To a bottom of the inning situation. That's right. And score at second base. It's almost as though when you're the home team in these top of the extra inning, you'd obviously love to put up a 0, but you're satisfied with giving up 1. Let's move on to
Yes, I'm good. Sorry.
Teams figure they're gonna get
Again, no doubt about it. The away team always has the advantage in the extra innings with the Ghost Runner. Always.
top of the inning, then you can run to the bottom of the inning.
That's why I don't like the runner. The Ghost Runners are so stupid. Wasn't a good slider, but he swung and missed.
Smith, the 5th-man pitcher of the
I don't know, Ken. I would have put him in for a second inning, especially with an off day tomorrow. So if you're just tuning in, the Nationals beat the Braves in 10, walk-off fashion. The Mets and Marlins are in the 10th with the Ghost Runner, 4-4. Struck him out, 1 out. Good job. That's good pitching by Smith there. He got that slider working. It only makes his fastball that much better. Come on. Once again, guys, 340 in the stream right now. Don't forget to please hit on that like button. If you're new subscribers, say what's up. Mets fan, Braves fan, doesn't matter. Just say what's up, guys. Let me know where you're from. Jays, I agree, buddy. It's so stupid. You know, you play a hard fought game, going for the Braves game and the Mets game. Hard fought game, and then you put a runner on second in extras. It's stupid. Come on, Drew. Get it done, buddy. Corona Queens. Villain, that's awesome. Jersey, all right. Come on. 111th Street, stand up.
Anderson 2 for 2 in his career against Drew Smith. And the slider foul.
All right,
off.
0-2.
And it's 0-2. Fortes the on-deck batter.
104. Brooklyn,
We
all
always
right.
talk about games before they start. Feels like a must-have game. Well, we're in the 10th now. This is a must-have game.
Game the Mets trail.
Come on, Drew, baby, come on.
0-2 coming to Anderson.
Ooh, that's a good pitch right there.
To a certain extent, but I think that the Braves losing tonight takes a little pressure.
I agree, JL. I agree.
Well, unless
It's such. I get it during the pandemic. They wanted to speed up the game because of COVID. You know, I get it, but it shouldn't be a part of the game. It kills the part. A hard-fought game. Oh, just outside.
2-2.
I don't think the play in the schedule is tonight because the Nationals won. I think the play is if you win, you have some room in Atlanta. That's what it gives you.
The Mets do have the leg up.
Dylan, I agree, man.
Series against the Braves.
They give us everything.
They'd love to have a game up in the standings too. And that
Oh,
slider's
another
off
just
the plate.
missed.
So 2 in a row that
Jeez.
just missed. And now a full
I
count
agree,
to
Right
Anderson
Wing.
with Nick
I agree.
Fortes on deck.
That was close. I agree. You can look at any team, how they lost with extra innings with the Ghost Runner. It sucks.
Having a good series.
You know, you're the home team, and you get the disadvantage of the away team getting a runner on second first. Popped it up.
Alonso coming in.
Come on, Alonso. Somebody call it. Good job, Pete. 2 outs. Johnny, I think it is gone next season, but the problem is it's hurting a lot of almost every team this season. That's the problem. NFT almost. I like that one. Never heard that one before.
Pete likes to be left alone.
Wave them all away. Stay out of my way. So now 2 out with the free runner. Birdie
All right, still on second with 2
And
outs.
now here's Nick Fortes, the DH. Who's
Come on,
going
Drew.
for 3 and a walk. Mets at the bottom of the inning will have Lindor as the free runner with Canna, McNeil, and Escobar due up. Drew Smith trying to put up a 0 at the top of the 10th. And Fortes takes a fastball up and away for ball 1. Meanwhile, the Phillies are trying to hang on to a postseason berth. They're a game and a half up on the Brewers for the last spot. Phillies are down 4-2 to the Cubs in the 8th. Brewers lead the Cardinals 2-1 in the 8th.
Phillies have lost 8 of their last 11.
There's the 1-0, and Fortes takes a strike.
All right.
The call there.
Yeah, it speeds up the game, but it screws so many teams. I just don't like it.
Last 9 games for Phillies.
Every team has been affected by it. That's the problem.
I think inexcusable that he hasn't tried to steal a base before 2 outs.
Doesn't make any sense now. Fortes
All right.
fastball.
Well, that was a straight fastball right down the middle, and Fortes missed it. That wasn't a good pitch, but you got away with it. 2 strikes. Come on. Come on, Drew.
1-2 coming to Fortes.
Got him. Yes. All right, Drew. Going to the bottom of the 10th. Mets get the ghost runner and need 1 run to walk it off and take yet again a 1-game lead in the NL East with 6 to play. Can they do it? All right. Well, that was a nice bounce back performance for Drew Smith. All right, here we go. Lindor will be the ghost runner. Canna will be coming up. Oh, boy. Once again, guys, thank you for tuning in to Talking Mets with Rob. Marlins, Mets, 10th inning, 4-4. Mets have the opportunity to walk it off in the bottom of the 10th. You're just tuning in. If you don't know, the Nationals walked it off on the Braves 3-2, avoiding the sweep. Nationals did their job and they helped out the Mets. Can the Mets help themselves? They haven't done that a lot lately. And in all honesty, everybody, it seems like the Braves and the Mets don't want this division because every time there was an opportunity for either team to take advantage of a bad situation or a couple of losses in a row, nobody's done it. The Mets have another chance and got basically a lucky break, let's be honest, right? A 4-0 deficit, the Mets come back. Escobar with all 4 RBIs to tie the game for the Mets. Again, we all hate this ghost runner. You know, I don't understand why you would be the home team and the ghost runner starts with the top of the order, the top half with the away team. It's a disadvantage for a home team, but you can also look at it as, well, the home team should have never made it get to that situation. I guess you can say that. Yeah, Jake, this was a giveaway, I think 2019 from the Mets with the emojis. Yeah, Terry, he had a terrible season, but you know what? The late August into September, he's been our best player. He's been clutch. All right, guys, so Dylan Floro is in for the Marlins. Lindor is the ghost runner. Mark Canha leading off the inning. Can the Mets regain a 1-game lead in the NL East? We shall see.
Now, you're probably not going to flip with Canha. He's had one
And
sacrifice
if
in his career.
you don't understand,
If you're Mark Canha, you're gonna
this
try and hit
game
the ball to the
is
right
not
side
huge,
here
and being
to
up
at least advance
1
the
game in the
runner.
NL East
Marlins have been
with
shifting
the
against Canha
tiebreaker
all night,
in the
playing
Mets'
3 on
favor,
the left side.
it's a
Do they
huge deal.
not shift here because they know Canha's gonna try to
Because
hit the ball to
in
the right
all
side?
likelihood,
You can shift,
the
but
Braves
you to
have to
adjust it
sweep
slightly back
to
the
avoid a
right side of the
tiebreaker
infield. I would
for the
anyways.
NL East. That's why this game's so important for the
So
Mets.
the second baseman LeBlanc right now looking at his card,
All right.
and he is going to play to the
Bottom
right
10,
of the man. So there
4-4.
you go.
Lindor,
Right in the
ghost
shift.
runner. Canha up at the plate.
There's
Mets can win it here.
where
Regain the lead.
off the bat, and there's situations that
Come on.
should react to two differently. I mean, there's intent, right? I mean, you have to judge the hitter's intent, and certainly Canha has got to be set up to try and go to right field. And as they did in the last inning, the Marlins are going to play their outfield very shallow with the winning run at second base. Canha's 0 for 3 and 1.
All right, Mark, come on.
Struck out against Floro last night. Lindor with great speed at second. And Canha trying to shoot one to right.
Now that's the first pitch you want to hit.
So we might just be seeing something that we might see in the future from teams, and that is they're giving up the long hit, and they're trying to take away the hit in between the infield and outfield. I don't like it.
Come on, Mark.
Against Alonso and Lindor. Alonso struck out, and Lindor popped up. I wonder if there's a psychological aspect to that as well, right? Yeah. So they're trying to get a hit, they're trying to get it over the outfield. Lindor at second, nobody out. 0-1 to Canha. And Mark shoots one down the right field.
Drop.
Away,
Oh, Jesus Christ. This close. Oh,
just tucked away outside the line in the right field corner. Well, Anderson was playing so
My
shallow
God.
that he had really no play on it. And the
Nito
ball
missed a
missed
home run by like a foot.
Mark thought he had it
Canha
on that, but it just kept
Missed
on
it by
slicing.
that much.
Mark has 7 career
Oh, my
walk-off
God.
RBIs, but none as a Met.
What did they say? It's a game of inches, right?
Big moment here.
Come on, Mark.
Get the Mets a 1-game
Oh,
lead in the
man.
NL East. Braves lost in extra innings. Mets trying to win in an extra innings.
Entertaining yet stressful.
For 16 steals on the
Come on,
year.
Mark.
He's at second. 0-2 the count to Canha with McNeil on deck. Canha floats one out to right. Anderson, step in, step back, makes the catch. Lindor will draw the throw, but he will not go.
Oh,
And
wow.
Anderson makes a strong
I didn't think he hit it that
third
far.
base.
Wow. Well,
So playing the
they were
outfield
playing him in. The outfield in helped out there. Because that should have been interesting.
So I think it might have induced Lindor to think he might take a shot.
Interesting. 1 out. All right. You can't run on that play there. He would have been a dead duck. All right, Jeff McNeil up 2 for 4 today.
Much more on target throw. So now it's McNeil with 1 out and Lindor still at second. Now it makes more sense to try and steal third here, but you've got the left-hand hitter up. Yes.
Come on, Jeff.
making it an easier throw for Stallings. McNeil had a big shot in the 8th inning. Bases loaded, 1 out.
Once again, guys, don't forget to hit on that like button. We got 400 in the stream right now. Mets are looking to walk it off in the 10th inning and gain a one-game lead in the NL East yet again. And they're walking Jeff McNeil, obviously for a double play situation, but bringing up Escobar, who has all 4 RBIs in the game. You might think it's kind of crazy, but it makes sense because you can get double play here. Come on, Eddie.
The 7th walk given up on the Marlins tonight. Escobar, a 2-run homer in the 7th, a 2-run single in the 8th, and now trying to win it in the 10th.
Come on, Eddie. Basic.
On the right side, shortstop hole open. Lindor the winning run at second, 1 out. And Escobar takes one at his feet. Stallings a good stop, moving to his right. Lindor was getting a nice bouncy lead off second base. I thought he was thinking about running.
It was. McNeil was thinking about running from first. Nice take here.
That was a good block by Stallings there. I don't know if a single will win it. The outfield's playing in.
Rookie third baseman in Groshans, playing about 20 feet off line. He'd have to get back to the bag if Lindor takes off. 1-0 to Escobar.
Oh, that was a pitch to hit there.
Lindor stealing third, 16 for 20. His career, 4 for 5 this year.
So he has to be thinking about it. Birdie is watching him as he takes his lead. 1-1 to Escobar. And Eduardo punches one through.
Yes, go, run.
Here comes Lindor. Lindor with the throw to the plate. Lindor
Safe. Yes. Yes. Let's go. Let's go.
It's the month of Escobar. 5 RBIs, including the game winner of the 10th. And the Mets win it 5-4.
1-game lead in the NL East. Let's go. Put it in the books, baby. 5 RBIs for Escobar. All the runs. Got that lead back, baby. Wow. No words. Comeback fashion.
Don't forget Lindor dancing on second. Kept the shortstop.
Good secondary lead by Lindor.
And kept that entire shortstop.
It was a pretty good throw, but
for the man of September.
Yes.
24 RBIs in September, second in the National League, only to his teammate.
Oh, boy.
Alonso, and what a piece of hitting there.
Piece of hitting.
He's trying to go to the left side the entire way, not trying to pull that pitch. Had to fight it off. Might have even broken his back.
Guess what, guys? The shift again.
Boy, this was a closer play at home than I thought it was going to be by J.J. Boutte, but maybe that outfield playing so shallow.
Wow.
Made that play close.
Gave a chance against the speed of Lindor. Escobar with his 6th career walk-off.
Lindor hustling around third.
Brings Lindor home with the winning run. And the Mets, after seeing on the scoreboard that the Braves had lost an extra.
That's what we're talking about.
Pull out an extra inning win at home.
Let's go.
Miami to get a split of the
What
series.
this
It's
win
a
does
one-game
for
win
the New York
Braves with
Mets.
6
I'm going to mute it. What this win does for the New York Mets, guys, giving a 1-game lead to the Mets going to Atlanta. If the Braves do not sweep us, no matter what, the tiebreaker goes to the Mets. So the Braves will automatically have to win the division by 1 game. Escobar 5, Marlins 4. 2-run homer, 2 RBI single, and then an RBI single in the 10th to win the ball game. Mets win 5-4. Braves lose 3-2. 1-game lead for the Mets in the NL East. With that said, 6 games to go. Brave series is next. Mets got a golden opportunity to finally give no chance to the Atlanta Braves of winning this NL East. With that said, everybody have a good night. Escobar is the man. Let's go Mets. I'll see you next time. Have a good night, guys. Yes.